You doing good? Is everything okay?
Yep.
Great. Thank you for setting everything up.
The live stream just started,
Okay.
but it's just showing that the sound is on, so on the mics, but
Thank you.
that's the image.
Okay.
And touch table team is working on that. That's good.
That's perfect. All right. Good morning, everybody. Bonjour et bienvenue tout le monde on behalf of all of us behind the scenes here at ForSpace or joining you remotely. Welcome in person or via Zoom to Alter Ego, this one-day event, which is a collaboration between students in the Department of Art History and the Theater Department at Concordia University. So we have a full day of projects and presentations, as well as some special guest speakers joining us today. But before passing it off to your profs, Alex Tigchelaar and Stephen Lawson, I just wanted to quickly note that we are coming to you live from Concordia University's fourth space, which is located on unceded Indigenous lands in Tio'Tia, Montreal. Unfortunately, I'm not there with you today, but the fourth space team is there, as well as a whole slew of the students whose projects you'll be hearing about today. So we welcome you into the space. At ForSpace, we work to connect people to the various initiatives, research projects, classroom activities, and dialogues happening across the university via daily events. So welcome all. We are super excited to have the space filled with your energy, your ideas, your performances. And I'll just quickly say that if you are on the mic today, you are more than welcome to unmask. It is very important to use the mics when you're in the space so that those of us on Zoom can hear you. So if you have questions and comments throughout today, we'll make sure to pass the mic to you so that we hear what you're saying. And those of you joining me here in the Zoom space, well, you know the rules of engagement, but it is a meeting. So if you do have questions and comments, feel free to raise a hand at any point during question periods or use the chat, which is activated throughout the day. We are also live streaming this, and I'll pop that link into the chat in a minute. That's it for me. I'll pass it over to your professors in the space, Alex and Stephen. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Anna. And also thank you both, Anna and Doug, for always being so supportive when we bring events into this space. It's one of my favorite spaces to work at Concordia because it offers such a multidisciplinary potential for activation. So thank you both for all your work on this. Stephen?
So I'll give a little introduction.
Thank you so much, yeah.
Okay, so here's a little intro to what is happening today. Nerd subcultures, avatar creations, ghost writers, role-playing games, dating sites, social media accounts, trans cultures, monsters, political protest movements, wrestlers, drag artists, actors, sex workers, and superhero legends. They all embrace and exploit the notion of the alter ego. Emerging from two intense, that's sort of an understatement, pandemic years, where many have moved to living a constructed life online and outside of the IRL, we gather today to contemplate the power of the alter ego to express and transform our inner selves and the communities we live and love in. So this one-day event is a collaboration between students in the Concordia Department of Art History and students from the Theater Department. And it's led by instructor Alex Tigchelaar, AKA Sasha, and myself, Stephen Lawson, AKA sometimes Gigi. And in response to the theme of alter ego, we have research creation works that will be presented by students from PERC 322, Gender and Sexuality and Performance. And then we'll also have scholarly papers that will be presented by students from Art History 392, Gender Issues in Art and Art History, Queer Methods, Themes, and Materials in Canadian Art from the 1960s to present. So There will be 2 guest presentations during the day. Blackfoot Nation artist Adrian Stimson, aka Buffalo Boy, and Jojake Montreal artist Lenore Claire Herrem, aka Sandy Bridges. So, Alex, I'll pass it off to you.
Thank you so much, Stephen. So in our class, Queer Methods, Themes, and Materials in Canadian Art from 1960s to the present, we approach the issue of queerness and its expression in art through these 2 quotes. Queer not as being about who you have sex with, that can be a dimension of it, but queer as in being about the self that is at odds with everything around it and has to invent and create and find a place to speak and to thrive and to live. And that's bell hooks. And then from John Davies, I hope that queer will always retain its
Oh, looks like we have a freeze. Adrian, you're still here with me, right? You can hear me? Yeah, okay. Looks like Zoom's frozen in the space. We'll wait for it to come back.
Okay.
And we lost them. Okay, they're coming back online. Here we go. So I'll pass it back to those folks. Hey folks, we had lost you for a bit. We're just waiting for sound to come back. We don't hear you yet. So I guess the Zoom froze and I'll wait till we get the sound back. Mondays, am I right? Thanks for your patience, folks. We're working on it here behind the scenes to get the sound back and to get the show rolling again. But don't worry, we're here all day. We're here all day. We've got all the time in the world.
time has been.
All right, looks like we're back online. Alex,
Oh,
I can
good.
hear you. And you're welcome to unmask as well. I'll remind you of that if you're in that space. If
Okay,
you
thank
prefer not
you.
to, no worries. Back to you, Alex and Stephen.
Okay, great. So I was just saying that our class approaches queer with this idea that it retain its association with non-normative genders and sexualities. But as John Davis says, it's most important as a kind of a doubled vision, a way of looking askance at the world, having a heightened critical sensitivity to the fictions we live under and that shape us. And it is through this lens that many of us will be exploring the topic of alter ego today. Many queer artists use an alternative self as a method and a site of inquiry. We do it to work, survive, play, heal, explore, correct historical injustices, acquire access, make the rent. We use our alter egos as guides, as healers, as time travelers, as parents, as voices when we feel unsure, speaking our truths, even in our own communities, sometimes primarily in our own communities. Our alter egos have alter egos, have alter egos, have alter egos, have alter egos. For all of these reasons, we chose Adrian Stimson to give our keynote today, and Adrian Stimson so generously said yes. I would love to show you the little queer email exchange, the shrieky, screamy queer email exchange that Stephen Lawson and I had when Adrian Stimson agreed to give our keynote. It is so beautiful and gay. Gay AF, as the kids say. So Adrian Stimson embodies a map for living to which I turn frequently for encouragement and support. He is curious about the world and seems to want to be immersed in it and know it through a multitude of artistic practices that have restorative purpose, inventing and creating and finding a place to speak and to thrive and to live. He is mobile with his art practice, taking it with him to cast his heightened, critical, sensitive gaze on spaces like the military, residential schools, and yes, even Burning Man. Guys, I think we might have a burner as our keynote speaker today. His alter ego, Buffalo Boy, a play on Buffalo Bill, is, quote, a satirical commentary on colonialism and the historical persecution of two-spirit peoples. As Matthew Ryan Smith says, quote, he's a two-spirit swindler in drag swag who desires to queer the Western frontier. Yet in an unexpected twist, he himself maintains a fleet of alter egos, lively swapping identities between military man, gay cowboy, shaman, businessman, priest, and powwow dancer. Buffalo Boy and his additional personas break down gender binaries into complex, erotic spectacles that deconstruct the American cowboy architect and dress down the colonial project. So please welcome our keynote speakers for today, Adrian Stimson and Buffalo Boy.
Good morning, Idamik Skanotuni. Thank you, Alex, for that generous and kind introduction. Just first, can everybody hear me? Just maybe, I think it says my internet connection is unstable, so the tech gods may not be with us today, but we will definitely try. What I'm going to do is, if you lose me, I will come back. But I'm going to share my screen because I am Adrian Stimson this morning, and it is my great pleasure to introduce Buffalo Boy. And what I'm going to do is give a short PowerPoint on Buffalo Boy's history and the alter egos that have come from Buffalo Boy, and then play a video of Buffalo Boy because he was dreaming. He's awake now. So we'll play that video. And then we'll get Buffalo Boy is outside someplace waiting to give his keynote. So we will play that video. And if there's problems with that one, we do have the stream at Concordia, so they can jump in and play that if we have problems with the my internet. I am talking to you from the Siksika Nation in Southern Alberta, and it is my great pleasure to be with you today. Again, thank you for that lovely introduction, Alex. Okay, I'll share my screen. There we go. Share.
Good, Adrian.
Okay, so first, just again, would like to thank Concordia University for their invitation, art history and theater departments, Alex and Stephen for the invitation to be with you all today in exploring alter egos. And as Alex indicated, I have a chest full of alter egos that
It looks like we lost Adrian, folks. He is on a satellite connection, and when we were welcoming him into the Zoom space, we did lose him about 3-4 times. So hopefully he'll join us back any second now. Sorry for this, it's not the best connection. We're doing our best here. Thanks for your patience.
Just let me know when Adrian's back. Oh, is he back?
Usually takes a few seconds. He's just
Okay.
coming back now, and I see he's connecting to sound now. So here he is. Welcome back, Adrian.
hello, we might have a few disconnections today. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just continue. Hopefully, we make it through this. We got the trickster. Yeah, my thing says internet connection is unstable, so it might be on my end today. So we'll see what happens. So a lot of my history deals with the slaughter of the bison. So I've been doing a lot of work around that, and Buffalo Boy became of that. But I'd like to also acknowledge my familial history and my grandfather Adrian Stimson and grandmother Peggy Bearchief. I always bring them into the room with me when I give a talk, as it speaks to my history as a Blackfoot person.
Yeah, Adrian, I guess just mentioned that the trickster is in the room with us, and indeed it feels that that is happening. So we'll just when Adrian comes back. Yep. Okay. Okay. Yeah, when he's back, I'll let him know.
Turn off his camera. Yeah, I had turned it off for him last time, but we lost him again. So we'll do our best.
We'll do that again when he comes in. I also want to let people know that some students from 392, a queer methods, themes, and material in art history in Canada from the 1960s to present, have created a space for their alter egos called Electric Ladyland. And you're going to hear a little bit more about that later on this afternoon. But they have created a zine, and also they've taken the set from their zine and placed it in the library reading area. So you can go in and have a look at it and engage with it. It's a beautiful project that takes up the idea of alter ego from Adrian Stimson's point of view too, which is to correct historical injustices. Hi, Adrian, we see you're back. Looking gorgeous, but please keep your camera off.
I'd like to correct this historical internet.
This is a historical injustice. Adrian, if you could keep your camera off. I mean, I love looking at you. You are a beautiful man, but if you could, thank you. That's perfect. And you're lucky because Stephen and I are both old showgirls. So when you go out, we'll come on dancing like little chickens. Here we are. Okay, back to Adrian.
Okay, do you think I should try to share the screen again and see what happens?
Sure, let's do that. Doug is saying yes.
Okay.
We are,
let's
as the
see
kids
what
say, raw
happens.
dogging it, I think today is the term
And-
that we're.
Yeah. I think- I agree. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through this part really quick, and then hopefully we can get through it. So Buffalo Boy was born on the coldest day of the year at the University of Saskatchewan. Basically, what I was doing was studying the history of Buffalo Bill and his Wild West shows. And in my studio, I was thinking, well, how could I subvert this? And so part of it was going, Buffalo Bill, Buffalo Boy was born. And so Buffalo Boy sort of looks at the history of the Wild West and comments on it.
Bring on the dancing chickens. Stephen, come on. It's like, this is an outrage. Does anybody have any suggestions? Yeah, okay, there's that.
Okay,
Oh,
what we can do, I'm back, sorry. What I'm thinking we can do is I think it's a problem with the PowerPoint is taking up too much data. So what we'll do is why don't you go ahead and play Buffalo Boy's a keynote. And then what we can do is I can interpret that keynote because that keynote goes for about 16 minutes. And then I can jump on and interpret that for you. And then what I can also do is hopefully send you the other video and you can play it at some point today. Does that sound all right?
that sounds
That
great.
sounds perfect. Stephen's got it up.
So I've got it up.
Okay, and maybe just a brief introduction here. Buffalo Boy is outside waiting to give a talk, and here he goes. So let him go. He'll do his thing.
Absolutely.
Now I get
Riveting.
the honor. Now I get the honor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so should I leave my video off?
Perhaps.
I mean, are you in a costume that we need to see? I think maybe
No.
do a quick reveal.
Okay, quick reveal. So that was Buffalo Boy, and he gave his address, and he's asked me to read what he said in Buffalo language. So here I go. I'm just going to turn off my video because I may lose you again. So here we go.
Adrian.
Okay. You bet. Ukinoksukwa, nistuti daniko ini suhkumapi, idamik skanotoni. Hello, all my relations. My name is Buffalo Boy. Good morning. Good morning, all my rough riders of the world. I call my history into the room. I call my ancestors to be with me, support me, and roam with me. And be like Buffalo Bill, who stated, my restless, roaming spirit would not allow me to remain at home very long. I would like to thank Concordia's art history and theory departments for their generosity in bringing me here today to be your keynote speaker. And to Sasha and Gigi for their invitation and logistics in bringing this conference to life. Thank you. When I think of alter ego, I think of personality, constructions, and being outside oneself. It is defined as an alternative self, coming from the Latin, other I. It is about states of being, where you can spin around quickly, jump high fences, and swim strong currents. Like the buffalo, gentle and majestic, or brutal and unassuming. After Cicero coined the term, some of the more popular culture alter egos are Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Superman, Cornholio, Ziggy Stardust, and Darth Vader. Yet, the art world is full of alternative realities. Marcel Duchamp's Rose Salve, Jean-Michel Basquiat's Samo, Jean-Claude Cahun's Lucy Schwab, Richard Prince's John Dog, and Cindy Sharman as everyone. Alter egos situate us in a space of alternative reality, where the act of being someone else requires us to be contrary, perceptive, coordinated, and open to happenstance, just like today.
Yes.
It is a process where you must trust yourself, your other self, then let go of yourself and create from yourself a timescape where the transfer of personality needs to be quick, concise, transcendent, and fun. As Andy Warhol paid homage to Marcel's Rose in his Diva series of portraits, perhaps his notion of alter ego speaks to his notions of time, that being a short-lived moment of fame, that we all can be famous for 15 minutes. Time is of the essence. It seems or feels that there is never enough time. It is like the world is spinning faster and most of us can barely hang on. Our popular media is based on sound bites, a cacophony of information bombarding us from the moment we wake until we sleep. No wonder we never quite feel like ourselves. An ever-shifting informationscape that challenges us to be someone else in every situation that we encounter in a day. The morning grouch, the morning songbird, the business person, the cook, the teacher, the student, the actor, the athlete, the dandy, the diva, and so on. So perhaps having an alter ego extends that 15 minutes to a series of 50 minutes that lasts a lifetime. My alter ego, Adrian Stimson, attended Alberta College of Art and Design and the University of Saskatchewan. He started off in painting and has progressively become an interdisciplinary artist, with installation and performance forming a major part of his practice. He seeks to find the media that best suits the message. Being interdisciplinary means he chooses to use all artistic mediums and tools to convey his message, splitting his personality from time to time, all to suit the discipline of the moment. He once explored the theme prophecy as it relates to identity. The idea, we are the ones that we have been waiting for, was central to that exploration. When he thought of this statement, I wondered about the accumulation of knowledge through time to this point. I wonder about our consciousness, individual and collective. I think of time and its effects on our individual and collective psychological process and being. We as human beings seem to be infatuated with our state of being, control over our state, our understanding or misunderstanding of our place within this state, how we reason, how we construct our being in relation to the real and ethereal, how ideologies form, mesh, and or clash, how we can construct anything to suit our need, that need built upon our individual or collective desire to control our time, space, and identity. In effect, be the being that you have been waiting for. So how do we as individuals shift through the myriad of information that we are presented with to come to an understanding of what we may or may not be? To be or not to be, or who to be, that is the question. Whether this is the authentic self or the altered self or the universal self. We are all in a constant state of flux, with many beings, beginnings, endings, and margins. I believe we are entering a time of greater enlightenment, where we can truly connect with each other by being the other. As artists, we can be considered visionaries. We have been given the gift of seeing, of synthesizing what we see and experience into precise moments of clarity to create and become something one and for all. Perhaps alter egos are entities embodied from the great mystery, like the charismatic preacher in religious ecstasy, or James Luna's petroglyph in motion, that interstitial space where messages pass between worlds. We are all warriors. We all fight the identity war in order to become our authentic self. Yet in becoming our authentic self, we realize that we are a cacophony of our lived experiences, that those experiences are at our disposal. How we want them to reveal themselves is part of the battle. When we become someone else, it is a space of discipline, of mind and body, controlled yet aware of the tenuous nature of being the other. Aware that we are in the moment, where life, death, and the great mystery happen all at once. Perhaps becoming the other within us is an act of love, recognizing the diversity of self and need to express that. As Bell Hooks stated, one of the best guides to how to be self-loving is to give ourselves the love we are often dreaming about receiving from others. And do not expect to receive the love from someone else you do not give yourself. Perhaps our alter egos are an act of love, of self-preservation, of radical self-expression, and radical self-reliance. Colonial history is fraught with conflict. Throughout my life, this conflict has played out in many ways. To be born Indian in the Americas is to be born into a political landscape, a landscape of peaks and valleys, and at times violent storms. Almost everything we know is filtered through the colonial lens, yet there is a continuum of indigenous knowledge that is flourishing in the Americas at this time. Altered states is a part of that continuum, dancing like the animals. Our tricksters, contraries, clowns, coyotes, and shapeshifters speak to the great mystery that is being. I believe there's a shift in consciousness as our world turns upside down right before our eyes. We get to experience being, the realization that we are mortal and that we all have an end date. Could be today, it could be tomorrow, yet it is inevitable. When Columbus came upon America, it was an end of knowing a world without him. Perhaps as indigenous peoples to this land, we are in a place of knowing, a place where we can provide advice on how to handle it. And perhaps a way of handling it is by becoming someone else. The buffalo, or properly known as bison, are my kin. It has been estimated that there were 50 million of us bison pre-contact. I see the slaughter of the bison as analogous to the peoples. We are the same. The colonial project is a state of mind, and any mindset takes time to change. The bison is a symbol of resistance, of change and resilience. Be the bison, change your mind, change your being, change the world, be a rough rider. I am the last of the old timers, a campy Indian cowboy, based on the other old timer, Buffalo Bill, and his Wild West shows. He was created while Adrian was doing his master's. It was Buffalo Boy's history and spectacle of the Wild West shows that ignited who I am. The colonial narrative and the Indian participation in these shows. I was also looking at my own Indian cowboy history. My grandfather was an Indian cowboy in the Calgary Stampede, and my own queer nature, that too, two-spirited other. Humor plays a big role in Indigenous knowledge systems. It is a way to cope and a gentle way of getting hard issues heard. I see performance art as an extension of Indigenous storytelling. There are many characters within tribal groups that tell stories: the trickster, coyote, nappy, and clowns. Alter egos that lead us to further understanding of our human condition. Their stories remind us of who we are and what we do, the good, the bad, and the real ugly. How are we to know ourselves if we cannot see, hear, smell, taste, touch our reflections in others? Some of Buffalo Boy's stories can be found in his or her performances. Buffalo Boy's Blackout Bingo, Buffalo Boy's Colonial Cabaret. You can roller skate in a buffalo herd. Why not? Battle of Little Big Horny, North, Look East, Don't Look East, Sacred South, Dance for Old Sun, Putting the Wild back into the West, The Two Spirits Sings, Artistic Traditions of Buffalo Boy's First Peepholes, The American Dream, Manifest Destiny Revisited, Do Not Feel the Buffalo, Moving Camp, Confessional Indulgence, Buffalo Boy Scouts of America, Buffalo Boy Shaman Exterminator, What About the Red Man, Gambling the Prairie Winnings, Buffalo Boy's Heart On, Buffalo Boy Loves Burning Man, Wilder West, Getting It from Four Directions, Who Killed Buffalo Boy, Braidless, Buffalo Boy's Wild West Peep Show, Buffalo Boy Dreams in Four Direction, Buffalo Boy and the Congress of Rough Riders of the World Stand with Tess, and Newborn Buffalo Boy. So in closing, be like Buffalo Boy. Find that other lurking in the recesses of your mind or closet. And in doing so, remember that anyone can have an alter ego. Become the other. There are no prerequisites. Give of yourself unconditionally. Be a warrior. Be self-reliant. Be self-expressive. You determine content. Offer it as a gift to others, respecting others. Respect your community. Respect the animals. Respect the land. Always leave a place better than it was. Transformative change can only happen if you participate. Do it. Just do it, as the slogan says. Work, play, and do it with an open heart. As Buffalo Bill stated, don't ever say you are sorry for being caught in the moment, because at that moment, that is exactly where you want to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Buffalo Boy, for joining us. Oh, there's Adrian. Adrian's just showing up. Adrian, we were just having a keynote from
Oh.
Buffalo Boy. I don't know if you heard.
I know I was busy grabbing a coffee.
Well, thank you. So it was really inspiring and beautiful. Thank you so much, Buffalo Boy, for that, and also for that beautiful video, Adrian. So exciting to see Bongo in real life, I have to say. Well, in real life. I only know him from Instagram. What a beautiful piece. It sets such a tone. Does anybody have any questions that they would like Adrian before we let him go? Do we know what time it is? It's 11:03. Oh, we're okay. We're just running a little bit late. Are there any questions for Adrian in the chat or in the room? I can bring the microphone over if you want to ask. I mean, I have some technical questions, just even with Bongo himself, the dog, who just sat there beautifully, like just took in the space. How did that work out, Adrian, that you managed to keep that space so peaceful, where he was not running around you and so on, and actually seemed to be performing?
Well, Bongo is a wonderful performer. He does exactly what he wants to do when he wants to do it, but he's very seasoned. He's a seasoned actor.
Yes.
So he's just fine. The other part was that we didn't have Jet out, so Jet himself would have been running all over the place. So yeah. Bongo in himself, he's just very calm.
Yeah, very chill. Just kind of followed Buffalo Boy off at his leisure, right? I also noticed that Buffalo Boy seems to have aged, which is an interesting quality in an alter ego. I'm not sure if that's what's going on with the costume. Buffalo Boy used to be a little, I would say, still seems salacious, but it seems to have aged. Is that something that you predicted in creating that alter ego, that they would age? Because often they remain timeless, right? They remain fixed in a certain age and era.
Yes, absolutely. Just a little bit of background about that. Buffalo Boy was last scheduled to appear in Australia at the Sydney Biennale 2 years ago. And he had been dreaming, you know, Buffalo Boy has been killed off. He's gone away, he's come back. And, you know, the last time he went to bed was really this idea that he was going to stay in bed. He wasn't going to get up. And so really, the performance in Australia was supposed to be the last stand with Tess. But what happened is, we all know, COVID hit, and Buffalo Boy had to hightail it back to Canada. And like everyone else, you know, stayed in that state of stasis for 2 years. It was during that time that, you know, we had a conference with all the other alter egos. And it was like this sense that, you know, we've, like Buffalo Boy, you know, we're resilient. You know, time passes. And I think it was really important to bring Buffalo Boy back. And the inspiration actually happened at Wanuskewin Heritage Park in Saskatchewan, when Adrian went and did a 2-week residency. And during that residency, a late season bison calf was born. So in September, a baby bison was born. And the birth of that newborn buffalo was the inspiration to bring Buffalo Boy back, in the sense that Buffalo Boy, in essence, is timeless. And he is aging. There is another video of Buffalo Boy at 174 years old. So at least we know he made it to 174. So I think Buffalo Boy is going to be around to stay. He might be doing things different. He's older and wiser could be debated. But he is definitely here to stay. And I think, you know, I often think maybe he's like a little bit like Gandalf, in the sense that he fell into the abyss and everybody thought he was dead. But in fact, he came back as Buffalo Boy the White.
Yeah, the hair gives it away for sure. The long white braids.
Exactly.
This is a beautiful.
So I think, you know, you'll be seeing him get up to more antics.
This is a huge relief for all Buffalo Boy fans. I know it is for me. Any other questions for Adrian, maybe about the video? Anything else before we let him and Buffalo Boy go? Shona, you seem to be turning. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Shona.
Thanks, Adrian, for being here today with for this conference and sharing your amazing work. I had a question about Buffalo Boy's voice in the video, and this effect or affect, however we want to think about it, and what that has to do with the identity voice of the alter ego.
Absolutely. Buffalo Boy speaks many languages. And, he speaks sign language, he speaks English, speaks Blackfoot, but he also speaks Buffalo. So in that particular video, and he really wanted to, for this keynote, to speak in his native tongue, which is Buffalo. And so that was a muted sort of Buffalo soundscape that was in the background. And so in essence, when you think about when you age and such, sometimes you don't have a lot to say anymore. So it's better to do it in action. So basically, and that's the universal language, often I see in performance art is action and doing things and such. So Buffalo Boy decided that, from now on, he'll probably speak in his Buffalo tongue, but, and have translators that sort of speak about different things. And it'll either be sign or it'll be someone like me who comes along. I'm his flunky. So I just come and do what he asks me to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian.
Are there any other questions for Adrian? Don't need to. We can just sit and contemplate. Because I was thinking about that too in terms of the video and the silence that was also present, that allowed the alter ego to be present within the silence. And that was a very beautiful, beautiful essence. And then the remains that are left behind for us to contemplate, and that the dog turns away from.
Steals your exit, basically.
Oh, yes. The animals are always the stars.
Well, we know that when you agree to perform with them, that's what happens, right?
Well, if there are no more questions, we could wrap up this portion of the moment and move on to our first speaker, our first
Matthew Galamaga.
From the class. But let's thank Adrian one more time for representing Buffalo Boy this morning in that wonderful, wonderful, wonderful address.
Video, beautiful. Thank you so much, Adrian, for joining us this morning. That video was absolutely mesmerizing too.
Beautiful,
thank you.
beautiful,
beautiful work. And thank you for holding.
Thank you so much, and hey, that's totally great. Just thank you all. I hope you all have a great conference. What I will do is I will send you, or try to send you, the PowerPoint and the other video, and you can just show them at any time you want during the day or at another time. And
that's great.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
The content
Perfect.
that I was hoping. And his speech. Okay.
Let
Thank you
Adrian
all.
speak for
Bye-bye.
once. Bye,
Bye-bye.
Adrian.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to.
Thanks everybody for coming in and being part of that amazing keynote. It was a little chaotic, but it worked out. Thank you. Yeah, it actually worked out. Thank you for your patience. It's nice when we're patient and just let things flow. Doug, or who is someone on tech? Oh, great. Okay. What's your name again? Matt? Yes,
With an X. Okay. Max with an X.
Max. Thank you, Max. We are looking for Matthew Galamaga's keynote presentation that should be up. I sent it to Doug. And Matthew is going to join us with his interpretation of alter ego for a mini presentation. Thank you, Matthew. the little questions, couple of questions afterwards. Matthew was in the class Queer Methods, Themes, and Materials in Canadian Art from 1968 to present. So he's a student in art history and also one of the philosophers in the class who has very helpfully guided us through the crazy Deleuzian concept of hauntology this semester. So thank you for that, Matthew. And please carry on.
How am I doing the keynote here?
We can't really, can you bring the mic up a little?
Yeah, how are we doing the keynote here? Like,
Yeah,
how
so
am I
the keynote
sharing?
should be coming up on this. Hang on just a second. Doug, won't be long. We'll sort this out.
Yeah,
So
okay.
I sent you the keynotes this morning. Oh, great. Okay, perfect. Thank
Perfect.
you.
I don't have to share my screen.
Yeah, no, just for the. Okay.
I'm just gonna switch. I noticed it took over before. Okay, cool. All right.
Everything good? We're just waiting for this. I did mean Dorita. Thank you. Are you good?
Yeah, I just noticed the typo this morning.
Okay.
Hello, everyone can hear me, I hope. So my name is Matthew Galamega. I'm a fourth-year undergrad here in philosophy and intermedia, actually. And I'm gonna try and talk about a few ideas that I think are sort of interesting and pertinent to ideas of alter ego and alterity in general. And it's really interesting, actually. A lot of sort of what I'm going to be talking about is sort of coming from a philosophical lens of a lot of what Adrian was talking about today and Buffalo Boy's keynote was talking about today. And so because of the limited time, I'm going to primarily be focusing on sort of theoretical posits rather than pure analysis, and hopefully sort of connecting that to what Adrian and Buffalo were talking about and giving some background for other people later today. And I'm by no means an expert on what I'm going to be talking about today, and I'm not going to pretend that any of this is new or original, but hopefully I can kind of synthesize and explore these concepts in a at least mildly engaging fashion. So my focus today stems primarily from my own readings that I've been doing over the last couple of years and trying to connect that to the content, themes, and sort of work that we've been looking at in Professor Tigchelaar's class this term. And my discussion today will sort of be a look at the foundations of alterity and queer identity, and sort of drawing primarily off of Jacques Derrida and Gayatri Spivak with a good amount of like Foucault, Baba, Marx, and Deleuze in the background somewhere, if you're aware of that. And so I think sort of with, as Buffalo Boy was talking about today, with everything going on in the world right now and everything sort of happening, I think it's an interesting time to reflect and sort of re-examine ourselves and our ways of identifying and understanding categorizations right now. And many of you may disagree with me, but I also think philosophical explorations into the origins of categories of thinking and identification are necessary for future change. And I think here to Spivak's encapsulation of their critique of Marx, Foucault, and Deleuze in Can the Subaltern Speak, which I think really connects itself to sort of Buffalo Boy's keynote of being unable to speak and not being able to hear. So this states, the relationship between global capitalism, exploitation in economics, and nation-state alliances, domination in geopolitics is so macrological that it cannot account for the micrological texture of power. To move towards an accounting, one must move towards theories of ideology, of subject formations that micrologically and often erratically operate the interests that congeal the macrologies. They must note how the staging of the world in representation dissimulates the choice of and need for heroes, paternal proxies, agents of power. So I don't necessarily really have a specific goal or thesis for this presentation, but I kind of wish to frame it sort of as a kind of bricolage, kind of collection of dispersed thoughts I've had that felt relevant to the topic at hand, sort of revolving around this central question of where does it all end? You know, how may we understand the origins of alterity and its formations? What differentiates queer identities from heteronormative ones? And what does it mean to actually inhabit an alter ego? And what is that relation of the alter ego to the self? So personally, I think alterity and alter egos form sort of a foundational element to all identity, and that we are all already altered. And so I think often when we explore these sorts of questions, we turn to a kind of psychological story of the recognition of difference to sort of explain alterity, something like Lacan's mirror stage, that there is some point in development where there's a realization that we exist separated from other individuals around us. And we sort of integrate that experience into ourselves as subject forming. At some point, we look up to our mother and see her face to face. At some point, we look to the mirror and understand ourselves as a reflection of ourselves. At some point, we look out to others and notice the difference in ourselves from those around us. I think we feel a separation, a difference, and an alienation from those around us as queer individuals, and we often take that as to being alterity and being the altered ego. And I think it's sort of an encounter with the other, with the alter ego, which underpins what we believe to be ego forming. And so for me, this is maybe a nice story, but it doesn't quite sit right with me. It seems to kind of only direct us to the fact that things in appearance may differ from one another, and it doesn't really account why they may differ, why I may have an alter ego at all in the first place. And so I think here a quote from Derrida early on in Archive Fever, a text which focuses heavily on deconstructing psychoanalysis and the origins of difference, separation, abjection, and alterity, states, in a way, the term archive indeed refers, as one would believe, to the arche, the first principle, in the physical, historical, or ontological sense, which is to say to the originary, the first, the principle, the primitive, in short, to the commencement. But even more and even earlier, archive refers to the arche, first principle, in the nomenological sense, to the arche of the commandment. The meaning of archive, its only meaning, comes from the Greek archeion, initially a house, a domicile, an address, the residence of the superior magistrates, the archons, those who commanded. What I'm attempting to illustrate here with this quote, I think, is sort of the complicated and multiplicitous and power-laden and temporally ambiguous nature of origins. Is the origin the recording and sort of utterance of the event? Is it the noticing of alterity? Is it the entirety of history which precedes the event? At what point do we sort of decide that something has begun? And so I think this now sort of brings us to two interwoven questions of where is the origin of the event? What is the origin of alterity? And who gets to determine the origin of alterity itself? And sort of as a brief aside, I stumbled upon this video the other day by Jacob Geller called Head Transplants and the Non-Existence of the Soul, which goes into a history, the medical history of attempting to do head transplants, and sort of relates that to specific textual analyses, and sort of asks this question of where are we located and where have people attempted to sort of justify where we are located. And I think it gives an interesting textual look at sort of this question of where is the altered ego, where is the self, sort of outside of that. And so personally, I think I find alterity located intimately within the fabric of our beings, but sort of woven into that fabric, felted in by inscriptions of power. Late stage colonial industrialized hypercapitalism is an ideology and systems of power which fundamentally attempts to separate, categorize, delineate, and police the body. The focus and object of policing is often placed upon what is normatively defined as other, as what is the alter ego to hegemony. But I don't think that it fully stops there. This separation radiates outwards through fields of social, political, and economic production and sort of leaves no individual untouched. The world is an interwoven web of cultural discourses and power relations which do not contain within themselves the completeness of their meaning within their singularized being, but whose contexts are filled in through their very relationality to the world around us. And this is not to say by any means that these separations are distributed or felt even remotely equally, but sort of more of an attempt to kind of forefront the bi-directional nature of power separating and sort of the confused power-laden origins of identity. And then so I sort of think here to a quote by Spivak in Can the Subaltern Speak, which I will paraphrase a little bit. This subject, curiously sewn together into a transparency by denegation, belongs to the exploiter side of the international division of labor. It is impossible for intellectuals to imagine the kind of power and desire that would inhabit the unnamed subject of the other. It is not only that everything they read, critical or uncritical, is caught within the debate of the production of that other, supporting or critiquing the constitution of the subject as Europe. It is also that in the constitution of that other of Europe, great care was taken to obliterate the textual ingredients with which such a subject could occupy its itinerary, not only by ideological and scientific production, but also by the institution of the law. So I'd sort of like to focus on the last sentence of this quote here. And I think what Spivak is sort of attempting to highlight here is are the manners in which the recording of history and sort of the constitution of the colonial other and the theorizing upon the colonized subject and regime constitutes a deliberate attempt to modulate our relations to the future, to change our future understandings. And it is through technical processes of distorting the narratives of the past that one limits the potentialities in which one may relate to the future. By obliterating the means in which subjects relate themselves to the textual ingredients of the past, we irreversibly change one's ability to constitute, to inhabit, to speak the present. So then here then is what I think differentiates expressions of alterity, the manners in which one's alterity curates the future. The goal of what I will call heteronormative alterity is to separate what was from what will be in hopes of modulating subjects to compress differences into a singularized entity in the present, into the totalized subject. And then as Derrida notes once more from Archive Fever, what is no longer archived in the same way is no longer lived in the same way. Archivable meaning is also and in advance co-determined by the structures that archives. It begins with the printer. So I think sort of what I'm trying to explore here is how the origin of alterity depends upon institutional techniques of separation, which attempt to curate the past in hopes of modulating the future in their own image. And then from Margins of Philosophy by Derrida, its differences have been produced, are produced effects, but they are effects which do not find their cause in a subject or a substance. There is no singularized place, location, time, or individual which produces the altered ego. It forms as a residuum from the process of homogenizing subjectivity through separation of the temporal domain, but it's also already there. The inscription, the subject, is related to something other than itself, thereby keeping within itself the mark of the past element and already letting itself be vitiated by the mark of its relation to the future element. So I think we can sort of think of queer alterity, and queer alterity may understand its specific difference from heteronormative alterity through this distortion of the homogenizing curation of the future. I think queer alterity's power lies from its active attempt to maintain difference through all of time. of demanding a future which differs radically from what it was. Queer alterity is judicial, radical, and upending because it is thus no longer simply a concept, but rather the possibility of conceptuality. It is a process of appropriating differential traces of the past, present, and future to sort of pull out the manners in which one is constituted by power and sort of how one inhabits oneself in relation to that. Queer alterity is a foundational part of the self, yet simultaneously unentangleable from its constitution of power. And this, I argue, I think, is how we understand the polyvalent nature of the altered ego as reclaiming what could have been. And then I didn't really have a good place to put any of these things, but these are just sort of fun things that I happen to find, which is one, these two articles, When Play Got Serious and Playscapes, which look at the history of children's playgrounds and ask sort of what happened to children's playgrounds. Why are they so terrible and gross and modular? And how did we go from this fun little guy here to just gross metal structures that you can't really do the same thing? And I think it gives an interesting account as to how we sort of think about, you know, the child who very much is an altered person, and how we sort of implicitly through infrastructure put power relations into their very play spaces and how we define play. And then this is another funny thing. Apparently waffle houses are an indicator for FEMA, where apparently waffle houses are open 24 hours a day, have backup generators, and they give all their employees disaster preparedness training. And they happen to be right around the area where all the hurricanes hit. So FEMA actually will look at whether a waffle house is open to get a general marker as to how a community is doing after a disaster. Which I think sort of shows this really weird relationship between like care and private capital, and sort of what we think of as like networks of care, and how institutions of power worm themselves in really wonky ways. Something a little bit more theoretical, which I really like, is this book from Rem Koolhaas called Junk Space, which asks, why is our architecture so shitty and gross right now? And his answer is basically it's elevators and air conditioning basically made us not have to think about our environments anymore, and basically get to like dominate our spaces by what we want them to be, which is often developers wanting to make things in certain ways. And because they don't need to think about how the building is facing and where the windows are, like how tall it is, because you can't walk up the stairs, they can kind of just destroy our spaces around us. It's maybe an interesting thing to look into. And then on a lighter note, Tio'Tia is a little website I stumbled across where you basically create little ASCII art plots where users kind of, they decide, you like curate your own little plot, and you create this little town and like area and community with other people. And each of these like little blue links is like, you can go in and like see someone's house and like hang out, and you're kind of like curating your own digital online town and community with those around you. So then my boring stuff, all this stuff I cited, but thank you. I hope this was interesting.
Thank you. I don't know about you, but now I feel like sliding down someone's tongue and going to eat waffles.
Matthew, that was so interesting. Thank you so much. I mean, I have questions. Does anybody have any questions for Matthew, if we have time for them? I don't even know what time it is. I got completely lost in that. I was so interested that you explored, and I think I'm getting this right, this alter ego as other. So power, like on this macro level, right? Where our alter egos, we are created as this kind of nemesis for power. Oh, it's so interesting. It's super interesting. If anyone has any questions, they can ask them, but that is, did you have a question? Okay. Anyone in the chat? I just found that super, super interesting, the idea of exploring it on that macro level, right? How we are created as, again, a nemesis to power, and yet we're constantly pushing back against us. Like, we are queer, but we are also made queer through this process of power. It's so interesting. And so I also really liked those gross metal structures when I was little. I felt like all the Russian gymnasts were big in the 70s when I was little, and I felt like really Soviet playing on those things. So I kind of like them. But that is also really interesting how we are created and formed through the structures that demand that we play in a certain way. Amazing. Thank you so much, Matthew. I really appreciated that. Stephen, do you have any questions?
No, I think we are running a little bit behind time, so
okay.
it would be good to move on. And thank you, Matthew, for
Matthew,
the
thank you.
wonderful
That was so
presentation.
wonderful. Wow. Great. Thank you. Stephen, are
Okay.
you introducing anyone now?
I don't know if I'm introducing anybody. No, I think there's something is going to happen. Thank you. I just wanted to say that there's going to be different interventions today. The class that I was teaching, which was Gender and Sexuality and Performance, which was taking place in the theater department, we looked at creating research creation projects to talk about these subjects. And I wanted to actually bring up for you the website that you can go to. Well, let's just get onto this here. Yeah, I probably need a little bit of help. So if you want, I think I had it up in the browser. Or you did. Yes, perfect. Oh, yeah. No, actually, because we'll just wanted to show it as a site. So, for example, we just looked at the work of Jess Beauvais, and on this website, which unfortunately was free, so it's under my name, my full name, stephenallenlawson.wixsite.com / 2022 PERC 322. Anyway, I'll put the location of the website in the chat, and you can scroll through this website and see all the different final projects and artist statements or a representation of the final project. And so, for example, at the bottom of each one of these you'll see an artist statement. So if you want to know more about what you just saw from Jess, we'll scroll down and you will see here on Jess's page, which happens to be near the bottom, is an image that Jess made of I Do Not Exist. And you just saw the performance attached to that. And you can go and click here and read more about Jess's work. So the next person up from Gender and Sexuality and Performance is Claire Keenan. So I'm going to invite Claire Keenan up to the podium. And you can take your mask off. I was keeping mine on because I was, in close proximity to everybody. And if that iPad goes off for some reason, just pass it to me and I'll put my little thumbprint on it and you can, and you have to use the microphone. Oh.
Hello.
It took me a long time to understand how to make this stand up. There you go.
Is there a way I can make the images just go on its own?
Oh,
I just have to touch it.
like that?
No, I mean without touching it.
Oh, without touching it. Oh, I think it's all about the touch, as Adrian was
Okay.
telling us earlier.
Do two things at once. Then.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. I'm gonna set a timer just so I don't talk for a million hours. Also, sorry, I've never used a microphone. This is crazy. Sorry if I'm woo. Okay. Hello, my name is Claire, and yes, so Gender and Sexuality and Performance. So for this project, I wrote a play, and this idea actually came to me years and years and years ago, but it has fully formed in my mind, and it is about my two utmost favorite topics in the world, lesbians and boy bands, and more specifically, the intersection between lesbians and boy bands. So my play is, it's about half an hour long, it's 2 characters, it's called Up All Night, and Lesbian is my main character. She's a 14-year-old girl. And one night when she's praying to the gods to manifest her favorite boy band, aptly named Boy Band, to come tour in Canada, she manages to conjure up her favorite member in her bedroom. And I went in a bit so I had to create a fictional boy band. So I went in a bit of an odd route, and all of their names are automatopoeias. So his name is Splorsh. So Splorsh is our secondary character. Are they aliens? I'm not sure. We're still figuring it out. And so every few months he comes and he talks to her. and they have these conversations, whatever. And then outside of the conversations, she's also lesbian is figuring out that she's a lesbian. And so she confides in Splorsh, but he isn't too happy about it because he's so concerned about his boy band persona. He's like, I have a job to do, and thinks that he's doing a terrible job, and therefore that's affecting her relationship with men, and is like, what can I do to like make this better? I need to like sing you a song or whatever. So they have a chat and everything, and the reason why I wanted to write this play is because I really wanted to explore the notion of like, with your gender and sexuality, when you are the target audience for something, but then because of your sexuality or your gender, you're suddenly not. And so lesbian, she can afford concert tickets, she can, pay for streaming services to stream the band's music. More importantly, she has a Twitter account she can drum up, talking about these dudes. But she's missing the romantic and sexual attraction to these guys. And like from a marketing perspective and a management perspective of a boy band, that's really bad because of course, we know like a huge part of marketing boy bands and the members themselves are like, you want to date me? I'm so dateable, we can get married, la la la, when obviously, we know that is not happening. And so that's another thing I want to explore is like lesbian trying to, talk to Splorsh about, she's missing this connection, but like why are lesbians obsessed with boy band members? Because this is a thing and this exists, and it has a lot to do with like marketing of this like seemingly harmless man that is like so nice and down to earth and can sing and dance for you, and that's awesome for people to engage with in online spaces and stuff. So I tried to talk about that. I'm going to do a quick plot summary. So yes, lesbian comes out, doesn't go too well, but then they do eventually like make up, and Splorsh kind of understands, and she tries to explain the like how how it's rewarding to her as a lesbian to be a fan of this boy band. And we're speaking of alter egos, and I think she has a sort of alter ego at the beginning of like trying to be the straight girl and fit in with all the other fans who are attracted to men. But in the end, she realizes like, I'm just gonna be myself, and it's still like super fun and nice to be a fan of these dudes. And so I took it a step further, and I've created some merch for this boy band. They're promoting their new single, Love You Forever, in brackets, girl, during the piece. So the play is here. I don't know if we're gonna have a break, but you are like more than welcome to come up and look and flip through this. Also, each scene is named after a boy band song, and I do have the Spotify code printed out. So if anyone wants to like pump up and stream some jams, the Spotify code is in here. I've also created a CD. The track list is on the back. You can open it and look and see. The album is called Perfect For You. I so wish I could have been like streaming it on iTunes. I did not have enough time to write a song, unfortunately. I've never written a song. And then I also created some merchandise, very much taken from like real boy band merch. And they're all like so horrendously ugly and bad and so expensive. The prices are there. And I really also tried to lean on to like the heteronormativity of boy band merch, where they'll have like Harry Styles is my boyfriend or whatever, stuff like that. So the names are here of the boy band. I don't know if we can keep this iPad up, but you're more than welcome to like see the very cringe merch I have managed to create. So yeah, that is all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Claire. Well, I'll set this up over in our little zine area that over there, so that people can take a look at it in the breaks. Since we are, I wanted to point you back to the website. To Alex Ann's piece, because Alex can't be with us to present. So you can go to that website, and I will put it in the chat for people coming in by Zoom. I think we're going to move on to one more paper from Alex's class, and then we will have a short break after that. So I'll pass it over to you.
Excellent. I would like to invite Hannah Jackson up to talk and unravel her musings and also thoughts on alter ego. and lesbian feminism, second wave. And so I believe that somebody has gotten Hannah's PowerPoint. Yeah.
It's very strange to see myself.
I know the lighting, I find I'm just like, I didn't really like that dance routine. I thought it was a bit extractive. I'm going to give it a 6 out of 10. Yeah, I just feel like Simon Cowell or something. It's really the lighting, and also, just kind of the table is very, well, it's making me feel a little egotistical. Hannah, there you go. Thank you.
Why don't we flip through this thing? No, there's no sound. Is it all right if I have my mask off while I'm doing that? Is that okay? Okay. Let me check in. Okay. Yes, so just arrow keys. Oh wow, I feel so naked now. Oh, it's terrifying. Oh, I know. Okay, I'm starting now. Hi everyone. My presentation today is discussing depictions of deviant sexuality in lesbian second wave feminism, particularly looking at the work of artist collective from Vancouver, Kiss and Tell. I'm going to put some background in here because not everybody knows everything about the second wave of feminism, I found out, and it's super juicy. In the year 1970, lesbian feminists staged a guerrilla action at the Second Congress to Unite Women, spreading a manifesto called The Woman Identified Woman that would fundamentally change the course of lesbian feminist theory in the nascent so-called second wave of the women's liberation movement. The manifesto confirms the reality that the movement has gone to great lengths to avoid confrontation with the issue of lesbianism. The authors credit this atmosphere of uneasy silence as another symptom of patriarchal conditioning in women's minds that must be challenged. Going even further, the manifesto urges women to disentangle themselves from their ingrained dependence on male control by withdrawing emotional and sexual energies from men. In an era where feminists were wrestling to understand and combat deeply entrenched structural violence against women, the manifesto declared that our energies must go towards our sisters, not backwards towards our oppressors. From here on, the idea of lesbianism, heretofore confined to bars and pulp novels, for a time came to be seen as the practice of feminism, a perfect vision of egalitarian sexuality. But what about the dykes that did not fit into this new political and intellectual concept of lesbianism, either because they existed in working class, butch femme subcultures, or because their sexual lives challenged what artist Persimmon Blackbridge terms right-on sex, pure theory? For the framing of my ideas in this paper, I intend to use the writing of Amber Hollabog, an American activist whose writing provides a synthesis of the material conditions of working-class lesbian lives in the 1970s and 80s, and delineates the role that danger and desire play in the struggle for political liberation. Hollabog describes how, for many years, I led a double life, working as a left political organizer, filmmaker, and writer during the day, while supporting myself through prostitution. A dyke in the left before Stonewall, and a high femme during the growth of lesbian feminism, my erotic yearnings were often in direct opposition to the political movements I was interested in creating. The experience of oneself being pulled in two different directions, when who you are during the day would spit on who you are at night, is echoed also in the story of lesbian photographer Susan Stewart during her time in feminist activism. Stewart describes how, at the same time I was out there organizing Take Back the Night marches and leading discussions on the evils of pornography, I was leading a double life, photographing my friends and myself in constructed scenarios of passion, lust, and betrayal. It was only when she joined the meeting group Kiss and Tell that she felt comfortable enough to disclose this secret. For years, Kiss and Tell Collective was a meeting group for feminists to discuss issues of sexual representation. Slowly, the group evolved to become a space where members discussed their own sexual lives and eventually settled into the form of an artist collective with 3 members, Persimmon Blackbridge, Lizard Jones, and Susan Stewart. These artists' 3 major works, Drawing the Line, True Inversions, and Still Sane, engage feminist audiences in process-based and participatory art experiences of lesbian sexuality. These works place the artists directly in the center of a debate raging in lesbian feminist communities throughout the second wave, often termed the sex wars, between women who oppose the dangers of sexual deviancy and sex-positive feminists who extolled the virtues of sexual self-expression. Dominant analyses on both sides of the sex wars were incomplete. Issues around women, lesbians, and sexuality were framed using theoretical and moralistic absolutes, instead of being rooted in the material conditions of the people living at the intersections of these forces. Modeled, photographed, and conceived by and for the lesbian gaze, Kiss and Tell Collective's images evade easy categorization into either camp of the sex wars. Their work opened itself to dialogue within a community swirling with confusion and curiosity around the personal and political limitations of desire. These dialogues become a means for lesbians to synthesize the conflicting theories offered to explain their existence in the world, and offered a proposal for women to reconcile their double selves, to no longer be torn between the rigidity of lesbian feminist theory and their own dangerous, deviant desires. In order to understand the context for Kiss and Tell's debut work, Drawing the Line, one needs actually to go back to 1982 to the Barnard Conference on Sexuality, considered a pivotal moment in the sex war split. Organizers of the conference, feeling frustrated with the dominance of anti-pornography sentiment in the women's movement, designed a program that offered discussions of types of sexual practice, particularly deviant forms, such as lesbian sadomasochism, according to Elizabeth Wilson in Feminist Review. The conference was heavily opposed by radical feminist groups such as Andrea Dworkin's Women Against Pornography. That's them. According to Hollebog, who was one of the major targets of this campaign, this conference would go down in history as the iconic catalyst for polarization between different elements in the feminist movement, the anti-porn versus anti-censorship groups. A descendant of these discourses, Kiss and Tell locates its roots within the anti-pornography movement. In 1987, the lesbian community in Vancouver became ignited in fierce debate after the gay newspaper Angles published a poster for International Lesbian Week. The poster, created by queer interdisciplinary artist Lai Wan, featured 16 close-up photographs of mouths, breasts, cunts, and hands pressed against each other. A flood of letters contested for and against the explicit and fragmented nature of the images, prompting the question, which woman was right about the meaning of the photos? The members of Kiss and Tell were excited about the constant debate over sexual images finally becoming centered on images produced by and for lesbians. And they sought to extend the conversation that Lai Wan's work had opened. The concept of their responding work, Drawing the Line, was deceptively simple. The collective showed 100 photographs taken by Stewart featuring Blackbridge and Jones in progressively more intense or problematic scenes of erotic connection. Women in the gallery audience were then encouraged to write their responses to the photos on the wall and to draw a line at the point where the images became too much for them, too explicit, too obscene, too disturbing. In an approach markedly different from the Barnard Conference organizers, instead of excluding anti-pornography feminists, Kiss and Tell gave them a forum for their critiques to be shared, questioned, and responded to. An example of this discourse, written on the wall under a photograph at the exhibition in Vancouver, read, first comment, "This is what the man who raped me said women like." Second comment, "These pictures were not made by the man who raped you. They only remind you of what he said. He is the one to be angry with, not the photos." Third comment, "These images represent choices." In her controversial Barnard speech, Hollabaugh argues that feminism should be seen as a critical edge in the struggle to allow women more room to confront the dangers of desire, not less. Within the gallery walls of Drawing the Line, collective members succeeded in creating one such room where audiences could grapple with their own feelings of curiosity, discomfort, confusion, and desire, articulating a continuum of choice upon which viewers were obliged to locate themselves in relation to the limits of their own sexual imaginary. The collective's multimedia performance, True Inversions, which debuted in 1992, expanded upon the conversations opened up by Drawing the Line, using stories, dreams, and fantasies from the performers' own lives. True Inversions blended video, photo stills, audio, and live performance to form a dialectic on lesbian sexual identity and expression. Like their previous work, True Inversions faced backlash for their explicit content. However, the outrage came this time not from the feminist communities that their work existed in, but from the homophobic and anti-pornography stance of the government of Alberta itself. Among the 150 people watching the performance as part of the Banff Centre's 1993 exhibition, Much Sense, Erotics in Life, was one Rick Bell, a reporter for the Alberta Report, a homophobic weekly news magazine. Bell's review that followed, Kiss and Telling in Balmy Banff, included several deep misrepresentations of the show and exaggerated the level of explicit sexual imagery. This one man's portrayal of the performance as a deviant lesbian happening ignited the embers of a deep-rooted conflict in the province around taxpayer funding for so-called useless or degenerate art. In one article titled, Tax-Funded Gay Sex Play God Awful, Edmonton Sun, of course, Alberta Deputy Premier Ken Kowalski is quoted saying, "I definitely do not endorse this abhorrent lesbian show," and vowed to put a stop to homosexual performances in public institutions. This mobilized both arts and gay communities in the province who rallied to protest funding cuts and censorship. More than anything else in this culture war, members of Kiss and Tell say that they were frustrated that the arguments both for and against the show were based on Bell's distorted account of the performance itself. While the work did concern itself with sex and included pornographic material, overall the tone of the performance was not only titillating, but also contemplative, earnest, and achingly self-conscious. In one scene, Stewart's photographs are shown on slides behind the performers as they take turns reading separate fantasy narratives, small pieces at a time. Slowly, their voices start to overlap as the stories build to a collective climax, becoming more breathy and desperate as the audience laughs louder and harder at every awkward joke. This layering of voices exemplifies the collective's use of polyphonic or dialogic strategies, which philosopher Mikhail Bakhtin describes as the process which meaning is evolved out of a variety of potentially contradictory points of view among the authors, the work, and the audience. While reviewers describe the piece as avoiding a simple division between anti-porn and anti-censorship feminists, the controversy surrounding True Inversions offers a powerful example of the impacts of the anti-pornography movement in that it emboldened right-wing lobby groups and government officials to censor sexual images, something which has always had a disproportionate effect on queer people. So far, we've discussed how the work of Kiss and Tell confronted community conflicts rooted in the feminist sex war schism and right-wing homophobic censorship. But how did these issues impact lesbians in their everyday realities? In their essay, What We're Rolling Around in Bed With, Amber Hollabog and Sherry Moraga admonish middle-class white feminists for focusing less on actual violence against women and more on sexist ideology and imagery in the media. In order to better understand the actual material conditions of lesbian women during this time period, we can go back to another collaborative work that Persim and Blackbridge took part in before Kiss and Tell, the sculpture series Still Sane, created with writer Sheila Gilhooly in 1984 for the Vancouver Women in Focus Gallery. The artist described the show as concerned specifically with the violence done to us as women and as lesbians in the mental illness system. Each of the 27 sculptures in the show were shaped from plaster molds of Gilhooly's face, with white text scrawled on or surrounding the body, recounting a specific fragment of Sheila's 3-year nightmare of psychiatric assault. In the first work, Coming Out, The Shrink, a long segment of text tells the story of Gilhooly first admitting she was a lesbian to her therapist, who then forced her into a psychiatric institution. The sculptures that follow chronicle her experiences of incarceration, shock therapy, and sexual violation, as Gilhooly's form becomes increasingly contorted and sometimes literally torn apart. At the time of the exhibition, homosexuality had been removed from the American Psychologist Association list of mental disorders as recently as 1973, and much of the stigma was still alive and well. For Blackbridge and Gilhooly, these sculptures articulate a queer position of defiance and survival, that we can maintain our choices even in the face of literally mind-numbing oppression. The work being made as a collaboration between two lesbian survivors of the psychiatric system enables the artist to step away from the canon of voyeuristic, exploitative art about mental illness. By physically integrating Gilhooly's story into the fleshy medium of clay sculpture, Blackbridge enables her memories to be literally written on the body. Shout out to Jeanette Winterson. Like drawing the line in True Inversion, Still Sane was able to create yet another space for challenging conversations within the lesbian community. Despite her fears of outing herself as a psychiatric survivor, Gilhooly recounts how, at the show's opening, lots of women told me they'd been there too. In an early exploration with polyvocality and audience engagement, the book documenting the show features a wide range of testimonies of viewers responding to the work. To conclude, I would like to return to the moment where this paper began, the zap that released the Women Identified Women manifesto into the world. As the revolutionary wave of the gay liberation movement subsided in the 1970s, lesbianism underwent a process of sanitization and desexualization as it became incorporated into mainstream middle-class white feminism. And while many second-wave feminists generated invaluable insight into the structural forces of patriarchy, these theories often punched down on their working class, racialized, sex-working, and trans sisters, and issued polemics that alienated many women from their own sexual selves. Amber Hollabog attributes this narrowness around sexuality in lesbian feminism to the fact that women were tired of hurting, tired of being scared, tired of everything. For Hollabog, though, along with the women of Kiss and Tell and many others, it was not enough to have a sexuality of safety from sex. For many lesbians, sexuality is fundamentally grounded in danger. In order to make space for these contradictions, Kiss and Tell Collective engaged in polyvocal and collaborative strategies to make art that allowed audiences to participate as who they are in the day, as well as who they are at night. Says Jones, we learned to make confused art. We needed a place to ask hard questions and to tell the truth. In effect, the artwork was engaging their audiences in what feminists called consciousness raising, a democratic form of dialogic learning that uses the sharing of personal experiences to build larger political understandings. By mining the muck of discourse and creating images that ask more questions than they answer, Kiss and Tell pushed audiences to interrogate their own feelings of safety, discomfort, and desire. Thank you.
Brilliant paper, Hannah. Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for that. What a
I
nuanced way
particularly
in.
like the idea of the persona spitting on the persona that you are in the evening.
Yeah.
That is such a brilliant image.
Well, and one of the things that we talked about in the introduction, Stephen, right, was this idea of creating alter egos to hide from our own communities. Like many of us who, you know, as Hannah points out, are sex working in this piece, hid that from queer communities. It wasn't always like okay in lesbian communities to be sex working. So this idea that you are developing this alter ego, although there is historical evidence that you know, like in butch femme relationships, the femmes were sex working and the butches, you know, benefited from that. But this idea in that lesbian feminist, the second wave, where you had to create these alter egos in order to remain in community. It's fascinating, a very nuanced look at alter ego in that way. Stephen?
I was going to say too that there was an interesting, an odd a parallel with what Matthew was presenting with the sliding down the tongue, and then you have this swing in the Kiss and Tell performances, which was used to become a sex sling within those performances. And that's just a side note of that. And I wanted to ask you a question, actually, which was, in your researching of Kiss and Tell, where were you finding information? Was it on the web? Was it in books? What was the...
The Concordia Library actually has several books by Kiss and Tell. They have the book Still Sane that documents the show. And they also have, what's it called? Her Tongue on My Theory, which is a book by Kiss and Tell describing true inversions, describing their position on censorship, describing drawing the line. I also went on to, I'm forgetting her name, but she was Persimmon's girlfriend and she was their videographer for True Inversions. And on her website, she has documentation of the original performance. So I watched that. I also read Off Our Backs, which was the feminist newspaper at the time. I read reviews of, I read Feminist Review and Off Our Backs original. They weren't always very positive reviews of their shows, but it was really interesting. And there's also like some Canadian scholars that have integrated Kiss and Tell's work into their studies. So I looked at those too. So definitely, if you're a Concordia student, I'd recommend checking out those books. Really, really interesting.
It's super fascinating to me. I mean, we're in the library building, right? And with the pandemic and the closing of spaces and not being in public spaces, when I returned to coming to do some research in the library stacks here, and was discovering things that aren't on the internet
At all.
at all, and I think this is a very good example. And our text. Aha, yes, a very wonderful a place to go in Montreal, which has a lot of archival material that is not necessarily digitized. And I'm actually not certain how you make an appointment at our text, but they have a wonderful, you can just go in.
Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Well, again, that was beautiful, Hannah. Thank you so much. Again, a really nuanced look at having to create these double lives and what that does actually to open up community, right? Where you're just like, you're battling these issues in community and you're like, no, I'm pushing against that. I'm pushing against this power structure within this queer community that demands that we all have the same experience and toe this party line around sexuality and so on. Really great. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Hannah? Looking here. Yay, Hannah.
Thank you, Hannah. Yay, Hannah, in the chat.
In the chat. Are there any questions? Don't have to be any questions, but I just want to make sure we don't miss the opportunity for people to ask.
I'm going to recommend, if people are interested in these porn wars, these sex wars from the early 80s in Canada, that you look on the NFB, Bonnie Cher Klein's film Not a Love Story. It's a film actually about Linda Lee Tracy, aka Fonda Peters. The controversy around this was outrageous. And it is a film that was made in the very early 80s style, anti-porn, how porn is damaging. It's extraordinary that it's on there. And Linda Lee, to the end of her life, said that she felt exploited by the feminist agenda in that film. But there has been like some very nuanced writing about it. It's an extraordinary archive of that time. And not only that, you see the inside of Supersex, because that's where Linda Lee was working, and they got footage in that space that has now burnt down. It's some of the only filmic evidence of the inside of that club. But it's a great accompaniment to your work, Hannah. If you continue on with this line of research, that's a Canadian perspective on it. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for bringing up Kiss and Tell. It's very rare to have somebody present on a very important performance collective also.
It's good to have some West Coast content for sure.
Yeah.
I don't often venture past Winnipeg, so I'm like, what? Paul Wong, who?
Ooh, who the? Oh, what?
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, I think we're going to take just a very short break of like 8 minutes and come back at 12:20 to do 3 more very short presentations, after which we will have some lunch. So I hope you can stick around. Just wait 8 minutes for us to have a quick little, bit of water, and then we'll make presentations in 8 minutes.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. That was really interesting. I'm like, I think I understand this. I feel like I understand this.
Oh yeah, let me just overburden everyone's theory.
No, but as you say, it's important, right? It's important because when we can sit with it and really understand it, it really supports. It really, really does, right? Like, it is so true that those power structures, they create these tendencies.
Yeah, exactly.
And
That's part of being aware of that. Like, that's sort of the first step if you're not aware. So like if you're not aware of the management you're being constantly, like you can't even begin to like start moving away from that. Like
yeah, I remember when I started reading about Tio'Tia by Foucault, like who gets to tell the truth.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was like, I know what that means.
During all of Buffalo Boys and keynote, I was like, oh, it's spin back, like it's like he's not speaking, they're not speaking, but it's like, like Adrian is kind of nice stealing my presentation. Like this is my keynote here.
Yeah, it's amazing. I know. The artistic embodiment of it is fantastic, and then I support with Victoria. It's like eats my heart. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Well, I'm glad it went well. Thanks for the
Thank you.
opportunity.
That was wonderful, Matthew. I really appreciate it. Yeah, your semester is done now.
I know. I mean, not
Here,
really.
in this class, yeah.
I've got a crunch for the next couple of days, but it's fine. Yeah. I'm not too worried.
Well, I hope I see you again.
Yeah, I will be
You're in a
around.
master's program now, I guess?
No, I'm not. You have to for the philosophy degree. You have to take a certain number of extra seminars. Probably inevitably at some point, but just stuck with these for 2 months. So.
Nice, actually.
Yeah, I'm glad you liked it.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I mean, you went through such a. I love the way that you used the turn towards some of those things. I'm particularly vexed by elevator industry, so I really want to take a look at that.
It's a really interesting read, and he's like a black architect too. Like he designed like malls and things. Yeah, cool houses. Like like a Starbucks. He's really weird. He's like designed malls in like really odd places. I tried to make it a little bit accessible.
It really was. It was. That was very fun. Thank you for bringing that in.
Yeah, I tried to do some weirder texts too, because like grammatology is so impossible to parse out like in any amount of time.
Like that Dorita, right? Yeah.
Oh, Dorita.
Yeah. I always say to lose because I'm like I literally lose my mind.
Well, they were actually they're actually friends for a long time, and they had a falling out between each other because Deleuze was a materialist and then Derrida was an idealist, and then they got really angry at each other. And then when Derrida died a couple of years ago, Deleuze was like, my one regret is not bridging that friendship. Actually,
It happens.
yeah, but they're basically the same thing in a lot of ways. So it's fair to mix them up. Semantic conversations.
The body without what? What are you saying?
Talking about.
What are you saying?
Yeah.
It's unnecessary at times. But then when like someone parses it for you, it's so beautiful.
Yeah. And there's some fun elements in Deleuze because he's very much like he's just cursing and using all this terrible language and like really playing with the medium. I had to read it for class recently, but it's like talking all about the foolish of your body and like all this crazy stuff, being like, oh, this is unconscious, like the weird stuff that
I do. I really do want one. You have to pick. So I did. This is mine. That's the one I want. It's like this really sophisticated font. Okay, yes, take it. It's like gay bathhouse or not. What's happening? It's like aren't they beautiful? I love all the stuff in these fonts like here. And I really wonder, like, I have two women, and I'm like, is that like a gay thing, or is it like if we have a heterosexual dynamic here, it's gonna seem like too overly sexual? Right. You know, so they just got two little workers proposed for it because if they had a man, it would be maybe cheating on the edge. I feel like there's such an edge of that in sex work of like, is this actually gay, or is this like an elaborate like marketing scheme? You know, I think that we should try to host a panel where a bunch of sex workers from different generations look at the advertisements and like study the semiotics of them. That's so fun. It would be hilarious. That's really because we all come from different like spaces. And there's different euphemisms, and like there's also different like methods of control. Like what you can put in a newspaper ad is completely different than like what gets you not shadowed by a Leo list. Yes. Nowadays. Right. You know, and also people say like girlfriend experience means like, oh, she can't be a girlfriend. It doesn't mean that anymore. It doesn't mean that anymore. It means you do bareback oral. No. Yeah. So like if you say
this has all is
oh, what's going on? Like,
Oh,
yeah,
God, I
if
don't
you
know.
see that, it's like it means somebody completely divorced from money. Oh my god. It's because if you were someone's girlfriend, you would do more, right? And I mean, but in this wasn't somebody. And that term came up in the last.
Stephen, is there a city set up that we need to put
No.
together for the next three?
So next three, they're both gonna happen. All this stuff is gonna happen here. I decided, and then we're gonna go right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Already.
Yeah. I mean, it's really relaxed here, so it's just fine. You know. Yeah. I mean, it has. It's always like this. No matter what you do, right? So you just have to go with the flow. We always think that like somehow technology has evolved in this way that it seems there's no such thing, right? I mean,
So many foods.
it's like, of course, Adrian is like out west. It's a totally different world. You know, I deal with this a lot with work that I do, Central America, where you just make this assumption, oh, everybody has this access to things, and working with people who are like activists who are finding like the platforms to use for particular endeavors, you know, and how to get access. But it worked out. It was fun.
No, that was
We're gonna go back. Yeah. Okay, you're gonna pee and then
key. Still the key. There was a note for Sophie. That maybe not your group. That's
where? No, Sophie is
in the Zoom. I just had a note on the schedule that said check.
Oh no, Sophie is going to be here.
Sophie's here. IRL.
Oh no, that was the other Sophie. That other Sophie.
Wow, I didn't know that was an option.
Neither did I actually. I'm just not doing that. Yeah. Okay. We'll get everybody together. Wait for Alex.
Mentioned to everyone, but there is also the kitchen, so they get water, and there's even a coffee machine.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So nobody should feel trapped actually.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
There's also a tea bottle.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Watch it.
Oh, great.
If I take pictures of Abby?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Take as many as you want.
Thank you so much.
yeah. Yes, when Jackie's video is next after this, and that would be in that material. Probably easier if we share. Okay.
Stephen, do you need me here?
Sure. Okay, great.
Do you need me here?
No, well, unless you just want to like stand with me. All right. So we're going to have 3 more short presentations, and the first one will be Brooke Madsen. So if you want to come on up, Brooke, from the Gender and Sexuality and Performance class. I'll let you take it away with you have to have the microphone to be heard on on the Zoom to your Zoom audience. So you have your local audience and your Zoom audience.
Okay, cool. Thank
Right.
you.
Take it away.
So I wrote a little one-act short play. It's called The Unfolding. I am bad at being a woman. That's not a joke. It's the truth. It is the embarrassing and infuriating truth. When I was a little girl, I would watch my mom get ready for stuff. Like if she and my dad were going out for dinner, I'd watch her do makeup and pick an outfit, her jewelry, everything. And then finally, without fail, she would spray her Bob Mackie perfume twice and walk through it. And she would be beautiful. And she would seem different. Different from my mom, who wore yoga pants and a sweater with a hole in the back. She would stand up taller somehow. My mom is the most beautiful woman in the world, but she'd be a different kind of beautiful when she was all dressed up with her perfume on. She is great at being a woman, or that's how it always seemed. She always felt so confident and sure of herself in the world, so smart and secure in who she was. And it wasn't about the makeup or the perfume, it was just her. I watched her my whole life, tried to mold myself after her because she seemed perfect. When it was her, being a woman seemed easy. You'd spray some perfume and be on your way. But somewhere along the line, somewhere between the perfume and the earrings, I found a gray area. Somehow when it was me, being a woman got complicated. It felt like every day was a choice, and that choice confused me deeply, like I was writing a test on a subject I never heard of, or like a math problem with a specific answer, but like I hadn't done the homework. I am bad at math, and I am bad at being a woman. I don't want to choose. I don't want to choose between being pretty or smart, athletic or funny. Sorry, I'm being hysterical. Sometimes when I'm alone, it feels easier, like I get to shed this layer, or like I can just breathe. No one expects anything from me. There's no one looking at me, waiting for me to prove myself, or staring at my tits, wishing they were bigger. I can have a feeling without being called hysterical. When I'm alone, I can unfold. Did my mom feel like this? Did she feel like a liar every day? Because that's what it feels like. I feel like a liar. And I hate it. I hate it. I hate that I feel like I'm competing with the other women in my life. I hate the way that I look at my stomach every morning to see if it's still flat, as if the flatness of my stomach determines my entire worth. I'm an athlete, and I'm smart, and I'm kind. I'm a daughter and a sister and an aunt. There are 800 things about me that make me worthy of love and success, but every morning I look in the mirror to see if my stomach looks more or less bloated than the day before. That's fucked. That is absolutely, unequivocally fucked up, and I want it to stop. I want it all to be over, because if I'm honest with myself, I want to be everything. I want to be the sun and the moon and the stars all at once. I don't want to make the choice. I want people to see all of the 800 things that I am all at once. I don't want to make the choice. So what do? How do I stop the performance that is my life? How do I unfold all of the parts of me in a way that doesn't terrify the world? Because that's the real issue. The issue is not that I want to be all of these things at once. The issue is that I want to show all of these things all at once. The world isn't comfortable with me being 800 different things The world wants me to be simple, uncomplicated, unobtrusive, and unsophisticated. But I am complicated, I am hysterical, and I am explicit. I am bad at being a woman, and that is okay.
Thank you. I love the idea of the alter ego and the multiplicity of it all being present all at the same time. It's instead of us thinking, oh, you have to have this one alter ego at one point and then the alter ego at another point. Thank you for sharing your script with us. So now it's going to be Jackie Raposo. Do you want to come on up just so that people can see who made this video? Is there anything you want to say, or do you just want to go?
I think the video is just pretty self-explanatory, but this was really just something I wanted to do to like explore more of my femininity, because I'm not someone who usually does that. So yeah.
I think, yeah, we'll play the video, and I think it is self-explanatory.
Yes.
All right, thanks, Jackie. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh my God, I love your skirt. Where did you get it?
It was my mom's in the 80s.
Vintage. So adorable.
Thanks.
That is the ugliest effing skirt I've ever seen.
Super feminine female characters are constantly used in media as the antagonist. These characters are often just straight up assholes.
I'm Mabel. That sounds like a fat old lady's name.
The more weird, tomboyish girl who isn't as feminine is usually the protagonist that we're all supposed to root for and maybe even be more like. I didn't want to be the kind of girl that the female antagonist was, and since they were so often represented with qualities that were associated with femininity, I wanted to disidentify with that. I hate to say it, I wanted to be not like the other girls.
She doesn't get your humor like I do.
I have realized how toxic that mentality is, and over the past 2 years, I've been trying to get more in touch with my feminine side. I was someone who was never really into makeup and more feminine things, so my friend helped me out and got me all dressed up. I wanted to go out and just let myself be perceived this way. So here's how it went.
Oh no, here we go. Start of the trip.
Welcome to the yassification of Jackie.
That is the camera.
Bye. Yeet. Yeet.
Close them. Close your eyes. Done? Holy shit, oh my god. Wait, this looks great though. What? You're fluorescent.
This is like wild to see.
Whee! Hello. I am now glow in the dark. I need to buy a bunch of the glow sticks. Oh no.
Bro, that was a beach. Are you fucking kidding? It's like 10 seconds.
What?
You didn't get that.
So, I did not expect for the video to end this way and this abruptly, but unfortunately, after everything, we just couldn't get the amount of footage that we wanted, and that's okay because I still got a very authentic experience, and yeah, I would say if I had final thoughts that even after everything, it did make me feel more confident, and it made me think about how in the past I've been judgmental to other girls or had preconceived ideas of maybe who I thought they were based on how I grew up.
And that sucks. And I don't want to think that way anymore. And I don't think I have for a while. But yeah, we should all just wear what we want and do what we want. And yeah.
Thanks. Thanks, Jackie. So now we have Abby Sani. And Abby's going to come up, and I think Abby's going to share their screen through Zoom. This is the first, going to be the first time this morning. And there we go. Perfect.
All right.
All right, you take it away, Abby.
So this presentation is called Queering the Image, talking about the queer alter ego and the religious alter ego and how they intersect and work with each other and against each other. And this is a series of photos that juxtapose religious art, iconic images in religious art and iconography with photography. And this was created with an incredible team of friends and colleagues and classmates. So yeah. I want to start by sharing two of the texts that inspired this conversation. We first started thinking about alter ego in our class. I was doing some research and I came across this passage. You don't need to become someone else to come to Jesus. You don't have to get your life all cleaned up to come to Jesus. You don't have to pick up your 6-month sobriety chip. You don't have to go back to school. You don't have to learn all the Bible stories. You don't have to become someone else to come to Jesus. You don't need to become someone else to follow Jesus, but following Jesus will make you someone else. This passage got me started about thinking about how religion imposes a kind of alter ego in this way, in that following Jesus will make you someone else, whether you decide to or not. And then in further research, I found this poem. The faith that I puff up with my steps through the door, the hope that so often dwindles as my queer soul prepares for judgment. Gay heart in the house of God. My feet collect all the broken glass on the city streets outside, and I rest my broken bones in the light of your countenance and grace. Restore and make me anew, that I might love and accept myself as you have done for me. Amen. And so with these texts as inspiration, and with all of these wonderful collaborators and classmates, created a series of diptychs. One is the original art, the original religious iconography, and the one next to it is the queering of the image, of that image that you will see. So the first one right here, we have Ruth and Naomi, and on the other side, Banafsheh Hassani and Sarah Larmany. Here, a representation of Lady Lilith. And this image is one of my favorites in the series because it was taken in the Wiggle Room, which is an iconic queer Montreal burlesque space. So I love that detail about it as well. This is Samson and Delilah. Joan of Arc, shown here, played by Kai Corrigan in his drag alter ego. The creation of Adam. And the Virgin Mary. And the makeup design for this project was done by Myriam Olivier, so I just wanted to give her credit for all of the makeup in these incredible images. And then photography by Jack Morgan. I was the artistic director. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. That was the first time I got to see all of the original inspiration and the photography that accompanies it. Thank you, Abby. That's really great. Well, Alex, I think that leads us to lunchtime. Delicious. I know that after lunch, we're going to have Sandy Bridges come in and do a workshop. So I hope those of you that are here might attend that, because that should be very interesting. And those of you who are online, we will also broadcast it for you. That will happen in an hour at 1:40. Okay, see you then.
I would like to invite you to have a go look at Electric Ladyland and look at the zines in Electric Ladyland. Some of the students in Art 392 have activated the library space with their alter ego, well, the room that they created for their alter egos to be in. Yeah.
Alex and I have to grab a bite. You do. And then we'll be back. Okay.
I'm right here, honey.
Okay, I'm bringing my bag.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
You can connect to the Wi-Fi Concordia student.
No, I'm not.
I'll secretly log you.
Okay. I won't tell anyone.
I believe when it gets to lunch, we'll be back.
Are you the professor for the other class?
No, that's Alex. Stephen.
I'm Lori. I'm one of the
Okay. Let me know if you need anything. I'm done.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering, I don't know if I'm going to be up there. I think doing talk about it putting me in a space somewhere. But I have this board that can probably just lean against the chair or something. Like up there. Are you gonna present? I have some writings I'm gonna read, and the board is free to be looked at, and I have some papers I'm just gonna tape to the wall that can be looked at.
During your presentation, or we put this structure up, you could kind of figure things there. I mean, you really can do. Yeah, definitely could. The only like other thing I'm thinking of is we have a two close the door. Yeah, so they're usually looking at this sort of the stage before the workshop. Anyway, so if it could work in this area, that would be easy, but if it's better somewhere else.
Yeah, I just need to take these two walls and stuff. Is there somewhere I could put it in the meantime?
Certainly. In the meantime, we put it over here on the wall.
That's the first space.
Here, yeah, I'll do that. Actually, it's the Concordia one.
He tweeted the thing on Twitter, and I wrote my own thing about it.
Cool. Thank you. I think it's gone.
So is this caught by the Zoom video?
Yep.
Okay. And would it be free to people to come up and like look at after? Just because I want, or I could just go put it somewhere else.
There are, like, yeah, any other spot, like, you could see the similar structure. We have a lot of them.
Yeah.
In there. Like, so it's like anywhere on these, do that, or on this spot here, and do this on the board also, like, one of these here. There's but this is also option.
What time the break is over? You want to go down to the Starbucks by the bookstore?
I'm not feeling well.
Oh, shit.
Is it because you haven't taken it yet? No. Typically my meds make me feel worse. No, I think I ate like too much this morning. Typically I just don't eat enough. But
Yeah,
I think I ate quite a bit this morning. And then I'm also back on my ADHD meds stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff with family. Basically like needing help with family. And then family not really basically attributing all like the issues I'm having to being off my ADHD meds. And so just like to get the help I need and like interact with them in a helpful manner. Yeah.
It's a shame they didn't do that before you made the board. You could have considered that.
Yeah, I personally, I don't.
If I drink alcohol, I will. I don't come home. I get too tired way too fast.
Yeah.
Like typing is like a big hulking sluggish guy. Very sleepy.
No, instead it just makes me not eat. So like, I woke up at like 10 yesterday because it was a day off, and I just had to like clean. I didn't have any like last night. But I just didn't yesterday. But so I woke up at 10, and I took my meds, and then I didn't eat until 5. And that's because like I don't feel hungry, because I feel hungry
I will eat until I go to sleep. That's typically what happens. And I don't like it because it makes me very unhealthy. So I went off it because I basically wasn't eating and I wasn't eating it well anyway. Like I was taking it like at least that day and like it wasn't helping me. Oh no, I get to take it on my own. What time do you usually take it? No, I usually take them all at the same time. Like instead it keeps you up. So it's not
Recording in progress.
I wasn't waking up. But now I just don't care. Yeah, I take one whenever I We're also going to need caffeine. So I was really anxious because there's this today, and then my last after work class, I was very preparing a few today, plus I have some calls with the doctor tonight, the nurses and shit, and all of this stuff. So I was really anxious for today because of everything. I woke up at 6:30. My alarm was great, but I woke up at 6:30. My alarm was like, you need to be awake. You can't miss these things. I'm like, it's too early. I hope it all goes well. I had my call those this is the player in the last.
you? Good, how are you? I'm doing well. Do you know where the no, it would be out and to the right, the left entrance. I think there's some on the left of the main hall, but I'm not sure. I'm not in this building often.
Good, how are you? I got hooked up. Yeah, I'm all ready.
This is about the hookup.
We're just hooking up. We're just hooking up.
Hi, girl.
Hello.
How are you? Maybe I'll sit across from you.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
Did you get support in getting yourself together?
Oh, I got hooked up.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I love the girl in white. It's so professional.
Oh, thank you. A blank canvas.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's such a great metaphor.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's been awesome.
Good.
The presentations have
Good.
been amazing.
Good.
I'm so thrilled.
They're recorded, right?
Yes.
I want to see Adrian for sure.
Yeah, I'll probably put the board up and I get your yeah, and it's very official investigation. Yeah, and it's like a few weeks ago. I have them in my bag. Oh, it's not in my bag. I have them in my bag. Yeah. But I think.
Okay, what's up with this beautiful jumper and the freaking crystal ball gazer?
It's my friend Sadie. I got my friend Sadie. So my friend Jess Dobkin, who is a performance artist, she's a multidisciplinary performance artist.
Yeah.
She had a retrospective of her work on a BYU for the retrospective, and she asked me to DJ it, and so I did. And I had Sadie embroider one of the most famous images of her from her show The Magic Hour on the back.
Oh my god.
It was a spectacle.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So that's why.
That's great.
And I just love a jumpsuit.
Yeah, of course.
You get to a certain age and weight, and you're just like, I just need something that just, you know? There's nothing bunching around this area.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're just getting to the workshop in like 10 minutes or whatever.
Sure. Yeah. I think it's gonna be I have this like my fear and anxiety is like, oh my god, I'm gonna get up there and I'm gonna like say all my things and it'll be 10 minutes, but just afraid it'll be way too short. I don't actually think it will be too short at all, but just go slow. Yeah. Yeah, I'm like I thought I should be so concerned, but
Yeah, it's I'm really excited about this.
Me too. All the Capricorn in me is like,
You got a what?
no, I'm not gonna stop. All my Capricorn placements.
That Adrian Stimson joined us from the Siksika Nation, and they had their informatics on satellite.
Yeah.
And he kept coming in and out.
Yeah.
He hatched and fucked up, and nobody did shit.
Yeah.
We got a video. We told him to take his camera off. We were all very chill. We
Yeah.
waited. Stephen and I danced and made jokes. While we went in and out. It's what we have to do.
Yeah.
And we're all very good at it.
It's true. It's true.
So what have you been doing?
What have I been doing? Okay, so I quit my bar shifts.
Yes.
And I'm sort of just doing karaoke part-time now because I got a big brand. Precious Puppies. So I've just been animating for season 2. So that's my big thing right now. It feels so good. I love it so much. And I've just been like learning how to like actually animate with some mentors. And it's like, whoa. So that's been my big things lately, and yeah, you know, there's that and the other thing, this thing, and then some like different like theater things are popping up, and those are good opportunities, which is cool. So I just kind of feeling good. Yeah. kind of like, are you sure? But yeah, it's like, okay.
It's so hard to not with art and work not saying
Yeah. It has to be like really worth it in other ways. Otherwise, it's impossible. Yeah.
It just gets tiring when you get older, right? I think that's one of the reasons why I love it is that oh, by the way, like, well, we've done this every four fucking year support everyone writing briefs despite our work and us making no money off of it for a long enough.
True. True.
I won't say because she made my class with some of my friends and I. Back in this, but I got it.
Yeah.
So yeah, when you're young, you were on a certain point. It's so tiring. I feel like really, I think one of the things that I'm happy about is that when we love money in my group, that we enjoy.
Yeah.
Like when we had runs of shows, we were immersed in it. Like we never for one moment like thought about tomorrow basically. We were like, no, we're here, we fucking loved and doing our work right now.
Yeah. But no, I'm actually really excited to present some like theories that I've been plugging together. You know, just theories that I've been like, yeah.
I can't wait to hear it. Well, we were just so inspired by your talk with Lois.
It was a good one.
Yeah, it was really. It just happened. It was magical.
It was magical.
Yeah.
Well, we'd had like one like Zoom, just the two of us, just to prepare for that. But I can't wait. Yeah. I can imagine why. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's that thing where where like you ride the flirtation wave and everybody just jumps on with you. You know what I mean? Like when you're flirting intellectually, you're like, and it provides this like really loving yet nuanced. It was beautiful. I loved what both of you said so many amazing things, and I can't stop saying something that Lois said after you asked the black question, where it's like, what can Tammy do that you can't? And she said she would not know in public.
Yeah.
And I said, not to stop saying that to my students the whole semester. I am like, the problem that we are all having now that keeps us from exploring and like thinking and speaking out loud is we're so afraid to not know in public.
Yeah, that's one of my.
So get yourself.
It's on the list. Yeah, it's on the list.
It is the basis for self-ego work for me is like my character is allowed to be an asshole.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'm gonna get into this. We're gonna get into this. Yeah, I love that. Yeah. Okay. So it's not like I can sit. Oh.
And you know what? You can sit more on the right
Yeah,
here.
I can definitely do that.
I think this is where we need to do it.
I feel like a newscaster. I feel like a newscaster.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
We're just gonna shift everything to that area of this. And maybe also you can also
Just stay away. How's my lipstick? That's it. The back. I did see the back.
Your mic's live now, I believe.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just tap it.
Check, check.
Yes.
We're good.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to give this to Alex to start.
Thank you, my dear. Are we ready? Are we going to get started again? Welcome back to the afternoon sessions of the Alter Ego Conference. We had a really, what a vital morning we had. That was so vital. I am so impressed with all the work. I love a buffet, and that gave that gave buffet vibes for sure. It was lovely to have Adrian Stimson with us this morning, and I love how well we all deal with tech issues as performers too, right? As now that some of you have done cabaret as well, you know that you just have to sit or jiggle your titties, and so that's what we did. You just deal with it, right? And Adrian was really magnanimous dealing with all of that stuff too. We dealt with it well, which was so great. It was so great. And that video he made was so beautiful. Yeah, it was magnetic, the energy that was that transpired in that video that he managed to create. And Stephen and I were talking about that over lunch, how amazing it is that you don't see the behind the scenes setup, but that was all set up and a one take. And those kinds of one takes that happen like that, it's very magical when everything comes into place. But it takes a lot of prep. I would like to introduce Lenore Claire Herrem. Lenore, I hear a sound coming from somewhere. It must be your computer. Yeah, I got it. Now I understand. I know what's happening. I'm on the Starship Enterprise here. So I met Lenore in multiple places. First of all, as she was a bartender at Notre Dame des Quais. She makes a delicious kind of cocktail. She's a Saskatoon girl, so these prairie girls, they can just do anything, right? Stitch you up, make you a cocktail, do a workshop on alter ego and so on, fidget through their purse while you're talking about them. Lenore also, I like that she's wearing all white, and she said, it's because I'm a blank slate today. And so, yes, what a metaphor, eh? It's a really good metaphor. And one of the other things that I love about Lenore is that I have, and this happens, I know this happens to other people, I have a crush on her alter ego, Sandy Bridges. I have a crush on my friend Alexis's alter ego, Guizot La Nuit. You can get a crush on the alter ego people make because it just happens. That's another story and for another time, but I have a crush on Sandy Bridges, and I think it's because Sandy is so confident and so kind, and obviously makes a really delicious cupcake. There's many things that Sandy can do really, really well, and so I have a crush on Sandy Bridges, and I guess that's what I have to say about Lenore too, and Lenore as well. But Sandy Bridges really, really comes into my heart. So Lenore, thank you for joining us with a workshop on alter ego and how to create one. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you for saying all those kind, wonderful things. I did figure out my technical thing with some weird magic. So thank you both to Alex and Stephen for inviting me to do this workshop, because it's not something I ever thought I would really be doing. So it's really exciting. And also thank you to Lois Weaver, who I had a tea time talk with
And a lot of these ideas sort of, were developed in that discussion, and that's kind of what inspired today's workshop, I think. So let's talk about alter egos. I'm going to be talking a lot about alter egos in relation to archetypes, because that is an exciting thing for me, and I think it has a lot to do with performance art and acting and theater in general. So my first little point would be a question in regard to alter ego. Why do you make your art? And I think that's an important question to ask with any art, really, but specifically for alter ego. I think there's an internal and an external thing going on. So internally, something that I forget a lot of the reason I do it is because it's something that I don't give myself permission to do. So things that Sandy does are things that I don't give myself permission to do. So like being wrong in public, or saying the wrong thing and sort of screwing up and learning something with the audience. And it sort of, lets you be a bit sillier. Like I have a lot of Capricorn placements. And so I'm like, nope, I have to look together and professional, and I have to know what I'm doing. But Sandy really doesn't. She doesn't give a shit. So another one of those for me would be performing femininity, because Sandy Bridges was cultivated, she was born when I had not been presenting as a feminine gender full-time, so to say. So really she was kind of like a drag queen that didn't, lip sync at gay bars. But she was like my outlet to perform this femininity. And even still today, like Sandy Bridges will do this kind of effortless high femme look, but if I want to do that, I get tired so fast. I'm like, I can't go to the grocery store in that, like, but Sandy's like, I can't go to the grocery store in anything else, like, and they are both parts of me, so it's cool. And then externally, less so, but no, it's still important. It's like, why are you making your art? Is it to educate, to bring awareness, and of course, to entertain? I personally like to do all of those things, but entertaining seems like the root of it all. And maybe not something I consciously realize I want to do, but it feels good when you're doing it, right? So just to give a flavor, a taste of Sandy, who she is. Oh my gosh, I can see myself. Okay. So is there a screen people can see over there? Okay. So do I have sharing settings? Share content.
Sandy, our keynote joined us. I just called you Sandy.
That's all right. That's all right. That is more than just okay.
Yeah. Joined us from a place where there was a satellite internet connection, so kept slipping in and out. So
well, I'll be slipping in and out and in and out for the next hour. Trust me. Okay, look
I'm just
at
going to
that.
resist another bad sex pun.
You
I'm,
know-
again, an old cabaret performer, so
There you go.
That's the bag of tricks that I got.
Listen, they're all going to come, whether
the
you
trick
like
of
it or
bags
not.
that I got.
Just let them out. So yeah, what I'm about to share is just a quick little teaser of my alter ego, Sandy Bridges, and some of the, it's just like a 1.5 minute little thing. Oh yes, look. And I think I have sharing privileges. It seems like I do. Okay. Do I have to turn the volume back up or something?
I am losing brain cells trying to like just watching this technology happen. even just trying to imagine how this is happening is completely intellectually devastating for me.
Okay, let's give this a little, see if it works.
This is also being streamed to YouTube, isn't it? So we've got a bit of YouTubeception.
I don't even know what you're saying. When people talk to me about tech stuff.
No, it's just, I thought this is also on YouTube, like the thing. So it's kind of like an Inception thing. The YouTube video being shown on the YouTube video.
Oh, right. Okay. I could just try to share screen. Microphone.
To the YouTube link?
No, I actually, it was like, it let me go into my Google Drive. So I was just like, oh, let's just go right into there is what I did.
What's that?
Am I distracting you by being spitting on?
No, I'm like a chair stimmer. Like,
yeah, I'm stimming.
Sure,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, I forgot this is a space where people might actually know that word.
Know it and do it.
Yep. Queer neurodivergence intersection is.
You can share that link to the chat and I can put it in the chat.
Let's do that. Okay.
I have to put my, like if I find squares and stuff, I have to measure them out with my feet. The Leon Brew Metro is like those squares in there, and like I get real transfixed in that space. Coming up.
It just muted. It's not muted through Zoom. It's on the player itself. It's on the yeah, the player's muted. Okay. Yeah. Maybe try hitting the. Yeah, I think. Oh, there we go.
Oh, something's coming out. Maybe is it just the TV? The TV going down? Something is coming out.
Huh. It's playing on there.
Okay, so maybe I'll just try to send you that link.
Does YouTube block?
No, it's just the sharing the sound through the link rather than.
But it seems the video wasn't sharing it either.
But the video is blocked too.
Okay, so I put it in the Zoom chat.
Wow.
Yeah, there are like some websites like Criterion and stuff that like block you from screen sharing and on Zoom. So like if you try to watch a movie on Criterion with another person through screen share, it'll go black.
That's right. I've noticed that.
I don't know if
actually.
YouTube does that.
What I'm wondering if it's not
YouTube
that it's
doesn't
being
do it.
shared.
I show them in our class all the time.
But I'm wondering what if it's not the Zoom itself, but since this is being broadcast on YouTube, if it's preventing it because it's being broadcast on YouTube from playing another video.
Oh yeah, so I just sent it. Yeah, I sent it to the chat. And while I'm here, I just have one other video. I'll just link it as well. There it is.
Oh, yummy.
So let's watch this while I get the other
there.
link.
I'm Sandy Bridges. Hi there. Welcome. My name is Sandy Bridges. Hi there. Sandy Bridges here with some advice for you. Advice for me is Sandy Bridges. Guess what time it is? It's time for advice with Sandy Bridges. So I have a couple Kiwis here. Okay, so we're covering some fashions at the fair today, and I found Lauren. Hello there, Sandy Bridges here, and today I have a question from Nathan. How can I tell my crush that I like them? I'm Sandy Bridges, and today's segment is the Sandy Bridges Call-In. Hi there, Sandy Bridges here. We are on our way to the Museum Boys Art to see the Terry Mugler exhibition. Hi there, welcome to the Sandy Bridges Show here. Today we're going to be interviewing Ryan from Washed Up Tie-Dyeing. Okay, here, I'm with Ken here, and this is a very pink and fuzzy booth. Can you tell me about the artwork here? Hey Hi there, Sandy Bridges here. Today I'm talking about an important issue. It's about giving blood. Hi there, Sandy Bridges here. So recently I decided to take a trip to Prince Edward Island.
Hi there, Sandy Bridges here with the advice column today.
Hi there, Sandy Bridges here. Welcome to the Florida Everglades. Welcome everybody, it's the Sandy Bridges Show. Oh, welcome. And welcome because it's my first time in a live studio audience.
So that was just like a taster of different things that Sandy does. And now that we all know each other a little better, we can jump right into that. So one of the interesting things that came up in that discussion I had with Lois Weaver, or Tammy, why not, is what is the difference between an alter ego and playing a character? And that was the one that I sort of had for her. And I was like, oh, yeah, okay. And what she sort of said is that an alter ego is, sort of my memory of what she said. It's like still yourself. It's just an alternate of your own ego. And when you're playing a character, you might be, just putting on something entirely that somebody else wrote. And I think there's a lot of crossover for that. As a theater person myself, I think I definitely do more alter egos when I'm playing characters that should be more deep dive, because that's just what I like to do. But there's a little difference there before we jump into some other stuff. I would like to know if anybody here has an alter ego. Working on it, cool. Lots of us, many of us, most of us, all of us, cool. I think that we probably all do to some degree, whether it's like performing or like just being silly or, being alone even. So let's go into a little thing about character creation. The biggest thing I would say is don't overthink it. Don't be don't overthink it, because it's really the most successful way it's going to do it is just who are you when you're being silly with your friends? Like, what silly voice do you put on when you're with your friends? If you're given a scarf, if I had a whole bunch of scarves and this was like another setting, I would make everyone take a scarf and be like, do something silly with it. But it's like, what do we have? There's like, it could be like a granny or like a baby. It's like, what do you jump into? It's like, or maybe it's like, sexy, like Parisian, It's like, who do you just kind of become when you're being silly? That's probably a great place to start. And it also doesn't need to be all that fleshed out, like logically. To get started on anything. Like Sandy Bridges, I've been using her consistently since 2009 as a character, and nobody knows how old she is. Nobody knows her marital status, if she has a family, her sexual orientation. I think it's sort of alluded to and assumed that she is like a well-meaning, clueless cisgender woman, but that has also never been divulged. So that's kind of exciting. Obviously don't be problematic and be respectful of other cultures, but that I will leave to you and your judgment and education. These are all sort of archetypes within ourselves that are sort of screaming to get out, is the way I see it. And they're like, let me out. And so you do, because it's not something you would do in your everyday. Who inspires you? Which is also a good place to start with alter ego creation. So, don't be afraid to rip off your favorites. And when I say that, I don't mean their content, but chances are, if that's the case, you share some archetypes with them that are just displayed in other ways. So, for example, some of the characters that I was inspired by and I sort of emulate sometimes are Sarah Palin. I don't know if people are young to remember her. You remember? Just people remember? Okay. So, some things about Sarah Palin that I identify with her archetypes are corporate bimbo. Something I think is really exciting about her as a character is that she holds all of this national political power while her dominant archetypes are homemaker, soccer mom, and pageant queen. And that's like really, I just got tingles because, we can make fun of her as much as we want, but she did it. Similarly, like a Martha Stewart, she's kind of a little bit, we know her as the homemaker and she's very put together and professional. But if you've ever seen her Instagram, Martha Stewart 48, which is her personal account, she is like really weird and it's hilarious. Like half of her videos are just her riding around on her new lawnmower. Like, so look, it's hilarious. And then there's Wendy Williams. So she's like, she has this whole space that's like her space. Welcome to my show. But she is so unapologetic about just being on a whole other planet, And it's like, and that's okay, So that is.
Lenore, I don't know who Wendy Williams is. Can you just let me know?
Yeah, so Wendy Williams is a talk show host. She used to have a radio show, and she's had her own like talk show for the last decade-ish, I think. And yeah, she's just like real wacky. She might have seen a meme of her like waddle onto stage in a Statue of Liberty costume and then like fall over. I don't know. Yeah, she's got a really interesting way of sharing the news stories on her show. So I'll send you a link. Yeah, I don't have a Wendy Williams video, but now I know for next time. So yeah, and some other archetypes that I think it's very useful and just like fun, both fun and useful when writing or creating, just to be like naming archetypes that are going on, happening through your mind. So yeah, cultural expert are things that I identify with Sandy. Cultural expert, art connoisseur, homemaker, #girl boss, corporate bimbo. But at the same time of all of this, she's really also a scam artist because she's doing a fake it till you make it. And that leads me into my next little chapter, which I call the boardroom. So this is where it kind of gets exciting for me. So I would call this both separating from the self and integrating selves at the same time. It's kind of a both at the same time. So how I discovered my boardroom was a couple years ago-ish. I was trying to write an Instagram internet skit. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I was trying to write this skit for Sandy. And I was like so stuck because I was like, Sandy would not write this. Like, what's going on here? How do I do this? Then I was like, oh yeah, well, I'm Sandy's writer. Sandy's separate. Okay, well, that makes a bit more sense. And so that started happening with other things like social media, publicity, and like talking with people who are hiring her and booking her. And it's like, you can't just interact as Sandy all the time. Sandy doesn't know how to use Instagram or Photoshop. Like, but then I'm like, okay, wait a second. I can't be doing all of those other things. And then it's like, oh, Todd is the writer. Oh, Mary Beth does social media. Okay, well, let's get her in here, right? So this is the boardroom I'm talking about. I realized I'd been doing this all along, and Sandy might be the face of it all. She's sort of the man behind the curtain in the Wizard of Oz sort of thing, right? Like, there we go, it's scam artists, she's like, and that's also kind of one of the jokes that I've been making over the years with Sandy is like, she sort of alludes to the fact that she has a whole production team and she's at the studio, and she's got her funders, but she's actually doing this out of her dingy 3.5, and nobody knows. Like, so let's see. Okay, so my boardroom. The other kind of thing that's exciting is asking yourself what your boardroom looks like, which is kind of important. Especially, I'm a very visual learner and thinker and doer. Something that I think is funny about my boardroom, and other people have kind of had a laugh about it too. I blame it on my Capricorn stellium placements, 5 of them. People think I'm kind of a more colorful person than I am, maybe. And my boardroom literally sort of looks like this. It's all gray. It's a gray table, a bunch of gray chairs. And Sandy sits at the head of the table, and then whoever's helping out is at the meeting, right? And when I explained this to one friend, he was like, oh, it's kind of like that movie where it's like that Pixar movie where there's like the emotions. What's it called? Inside Out. Yeah. And I was like, hey, it is kind of like that. You know, that kind of looks like a spaceship up there, which is cool. So maybe your boardroom looks like a spaceship. So another friend said that their boardroom was like this fantasy fairyland where I was like, there's no chairs there. How are they going to have meetings? So yeah, does anybody have like other times? I think people call this like an imagination palace. Maybe you've worked on this. I'm curious to hear if anybody has one of those, if they want to share about what theirs looks like.
I always just end up in underground bunkers and like the metro. Yeah. I end up in underground bunkers and the metro. I fucking love the metro and just those metro tunnels and the idea of tunnels underground. That's where all my creative ideas come from, underground tunnels in my head.
That's cool. It's like a mycelium, a mushroom.
I cannot recall the movie right now, but it's where a celebrity has an office in their head. That sort of concept. I can't remember it. It's like inside someone. But that's sort of the office inside the very like messy office inside. And then also when I'm trying to like recover imagery or like memories from my mind, I specifically refer to like my mind palace and like running through like a big archive / library and like looking for like books, and the books are labeled like where I put my keys and like looking for those books. So like a bunch of assistants in a big library that's probably haunted is a good idea of like how my mind works.
Renee, no, okay.
I love that. Got a little tingles. Okay, well, thank you for sharing those. But yeah, exactly. Like it's very specific for everybody. So the next thing is, who is in your boardroom? And I mean, that's also something that's like constantly growing and changing as you pick up projects or leave projects behind. Yeah, like I said, we have Sandy at the head of the table, and then she has a writer who writes her bits and sets. There's a producer who, you know, has the big picture ideas, makes things happen. There's administration, writing Sandy's invoices, writing her grant applications, emailing. Sandy doesn't do that. Yeah, social media, making posts, inviting people on Facebook. Like, this is the intern also. If Sandy had an intern, that's who that would be. A stylist. And this is one of the jobs I'd actually like to outsource to a real human being. But until then, someone has to be in charge of her wardrobe. And so there's a stylist somewhere up in there. And then, yeah, a life coach who's giving Sandy a pep talk when it's a one-woman show. Because sometimes that's the case. You show up alone and you got to do it. And, you know, someone's got to pep her up. Does anyone have any other ideas of like members that could be in their boardroom for their own specific projects or an alter ego project?
First of all, I would just like to say, so when I've been talking to Sandy on Instagram, that's Mary Beth. Okay, that's cool. Just wanted to know. As somebody who's had multiple alter egos in order to be employed, I made a secretary for one of my alter egos because clients are so annoying that you actually need a secretary in order to say the things that you are not allowed to say to that person because you would lose business from them, but your secretary can actually say that and get away with it. So yeah, it's for money, right? Like we employ alter egos as well, right?
I feel like my table is very much employed by like the library assistants, and then also all of my like concepts for alter egos, like different people that are just there and not used yet. And then also, if anyone's seen the Goop documentary, specifically just like Gwyneth Paltrow and like like that poor woman who she like really like puts all of the horrible stuff onto, the like primary assistant, that woman, and then just like 2 other random people, just because that dynamic is so strange and like lives in my head rent free, just recalling like those conversations from that documentary. That.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Anybody else?
Can people talk from online? Can people hear me? Oh.
Hello. Yes, we hear you.
We weren't even paying attention to that. Yes, please.
Yeah, hi. My name's Daniela. I'm a sex educator in the community, and I met Lenore as a bartender as well, and love Lenore. So I was like, saw this, and I love it because I say that my art is presentation. So I do hundreds of workshops talking about sex, and I think there needs to be an altar that is created when you're performing and when you're doing workshops, especially. I'm 30. I'm doing it with students. I'm getting to know shit that they like. I'm using references that they're using, and it creates that altar. And like, I know there is a sassy like Eartha Kitt, fuck the world, but also enjoy it. Person sitting at my table, and I just love the idea of visualizing it more, because I think it's just so awesome, because we all have that face that we put on. I'm Black, so obviously I have my white Karen face. I have or suppressing the white Karen when you have a moment where somebody comes up to you and you have to use your really happy, passive aggressive voice. I think that's an altar. It can be attached to race. There's so much stuff.
Thank you for sharing that. I love that.
If we're talking about like how it's connected to different identities too, like I'm autistic, and there's definitely the more neurotypical passing me who exists, and the me that is not masking autism at all, and then also the me who is playing up the traits and playing down things when like I need to get certain resources. Not that I'm not autistic, but like people don't understand therapy, and sometimes there's that part of me too, and I was like, I don't do that, and I'm like, oh wait, shit, no. Autism presenting and performing for the psychiatrists versus presenting and performing neurotypical to survive in the world versus me when I'm just not masking and being how I am is one too. I was also thinking on the grounds of like neurodivergence, like I've kind of given a persona, and I guess that boardroom member, for the depression, especially at times when I'm not actively depressed, when there's a little voice in my head that's like, something inconvenient happens and it's like, you should kill yourself. And it's like, that has nothing to do with that. Shut up, please. And like, that's his own guy that's just the remnants of that. And I'm like, please don't. I'm sorry, that I don't know if that makes sense.
No,
it
I felt
definitely
that.
does.
Also, Lumi, I just need to say, when you were talking about these inactive alter egos, I just saw all of these like skin puppets at a table ready to be activated. It was a very amazing image that came into my head.
Yeah, is there anyone else online who has a little thought or two? Okay, so I see some questions, and I'm going to jump to those at Q&A. So I think right now there was like another quick little video that I wanted to share, just to sort of shine a light and make a point about an alter ego not having to be something that is totally opposite yourself. It can be something that's like very adjacent with one different thing. So if we could just play that one, yeah.
Your show is about like you play a homemaker, but you play a bunch of different characters.
I do.
I have some photos, and I would love you to just give me a little background on some of the characters
okay.
you play.
All right.
All right, so give us a little bit about
That's
that.
Patty Hogg. She's the heir to the Coral and Hog Seed Company, and she's shorter than me somehow.
Oh, wow. That requires an incredible amount of acting to do different heights.
Yes, I mean, isn't that great? And I wear a fake belly.
Oh, you wear a fake belly. This is, so the nose I have questions about.
I've been doing that since I was 3. You know where you take
Yeah.
your nose up?
Uh-huh.
Well, I still do it, and I have perfect skin for that.
Oh, great.
You have to have good skin to do that. And
Do you have skin that's adhesive?
I don't know. It's something about my skin
Oh,
that I'm able to, and I can keep it up there for hours.
That's
and
good
it
to
feels
know.
good. Gives it a bounce.
Who do we got here?
Oh, that's the international wine lady, regional wine lady.
Okay.
And she sings a song. It's Friday night. I'm gonna get drunk. I'm gonna get laid. I'm gonna be late on Monday. Oh, hello. And I have a little alcoholic nose.
Oh.
Yeah, some other quick examples. Yeah. So I put that one in because I
Some
think
girl
Ellen
is
has-
maybe 5'7", but if there is any little girl over 5'7", you are going to go out of this room right now. You seem very put together. Got your eyes like Bambi. Show me happy, babe. Show me sad. Show me frightened. Be crazy. I'm gonna change the energy a little bit. Ray, I understand that you've been assaulted. Tell us about that tragedy.
Okay, so yeah, that was those last two are maybe like less obvious alter egos because I mean I don't know Tyra Banks, but maybe she's like not actually that out there and she puts some of that on for her show. And then like Ellen DeGeneres, I don't know if we know about that thing, but you know, she's very nice and friendly and likable on her show, but then she's actually really evil to her team. She does awful things. So those are just more specific ideas in that an alter ego doesn't have to be the difference between Mrs. Doubtfire and, you know, and then, yeah, also like there's RuPaul who really isn't that much different of a character in and out of drag. It's more of an appearance thing. So you can have all these different tiers and levels and taps to play with. Oh yeah, so one of the things I wanted to share that is kind of an exciting thing about the boardroom is, and in performance specifically, and it being a one-person show, is when you deal with a flop. Because I've like gone to an event or a stand-up thing or just hosted something where maybe the crowd was like, okay, not what I expected, or I wasn't happy with it, or for whatever reason. And if you have done something like that, or you know, put something out there and it's not well received, you can really beat yourself up for it, right? And it's like, wow, Sandy Bridges sucks. Sandy Bridges is a failure. But then it's like, no, she's not. Sandy Bridges is a superstar performer, and you can blame the writer and the producer. They get a timeout. Sandy did nothing wrong. Sleep well tonight. You know? And then it's like, oh yeah, well, fuck those. I don't know if but yeah, screw those guys. Sandy's fine. And on the flip side of that, if you're doing a lot of one-person shows, especially with all these like Zoom performances over the break, when you don't get to have real people backstage with you or friends that are, you know, alongside you after your performance, is celebrating alone, which is important. Like if I had a success and I'm like, wow, I'm really proud of that thing, I'm really happy with the way it went, like I guess I could text my brother and say I did really good tonight, which, you know, I do, and it's helpful. But, you know, in my head, it's like, okay, so the whole team, they bought flowers and chocolate, and then Sandy walked into the boardroom and they all surprised her and they said, good job, Sandy. And then I'm like, oh, like, and it's like helpful to have all these separates in your head for doing things like that. So that's kind of the boardroom situation. One thing I was going to touch, a couple more things I was going to touch on is working in different mediums. So I started with doing, like when I was in Saskatoon, I made a few videos that I did not know how to film or edit anything. So a friend did those. And then when I moved to Montreal, I was doing mostly like cabaret or emceeing or like stand-up shows even. And that's all good and well. And then I taught myself how to edit some videos, and now that's mostly what I'm doing. But all to say, and it's a lot easier now with like apps like TikTok and making reels. It's a lot more accessible to make that sort of online content. But all to say that even if it doesn't really fit your character, I would encourage trying all sorts of different mediums. Like if you're, try stand-up comedy, just put your alter ego on, and it doesn't matter if you screw up. Like, it's like, oh, I can't host a show. Oh, I can't do public speaking and present this. Just, pull an alter ego out and set yourself aside, because it's gonna help. So yeah, try different things. And so another thing that we talked about in the Zoom, in the tea time with my friend Lois, was a superhero cape. And there was a couple years, mine is a wig. So there was a couple years when I was like, I don't know why I thought this or how I got there, but I was like, Sandy doesn't need a wig. Like, I don't need to wear a wig. Like, I have great hair, and that's true. But it was hard. And I felt like all of my shows were sort of like weak. And I think that a lot of my fears that Sandy doesn't have, they were just crossing over. And I was like, okay, no, I do need this separation. And sometimes you don't. Sometimes you can just like, get away with not having that. But don't be afraid to let that be the case. So whether, it's your first time doing stand-up, or, you have to present this and you have this fear of public speaking, like put on a little belt that like nobody knows about. This is my superhero belt. So physical things like that might be helpful. And so that's what I have prepared. Is that just a good time for a Q&A sort of thing?
That's an excellent time for Q&A.
Is it? Okay.
It's very, very good. So thank you. Let's give a round of applause for Lenore on that whirlwind tour of alter egos and performance. It's very interesting. I was thinking also how some of these tips that you have could be very good for those who are on dating sites. It's like, you could have the therapist that you talk to afterwards when the person doesn't show up for the date, or they reject you or something like that. And having like these other alter egos that you can actually call upon, to bring yourself back to yourself, your inner self. It's really interesting. But let's see, are there any questions from online, from the Zoom room, or from around the table that people would like to? Oh yeah, so I don't have that chat.
We have one. How you doing?
How you doing?
Very well. Thank you, Daniela. And thanks for your thoughts, Daniela, as well. Well, here's some cool boardrooms. Here's on a lake with a little hut, but it's never too cold, and there are lots of pillows. Love that. An old Cadillac or Fear and Loathing style car, and whoever is leading the meeting is in the driver's seat. Whoa, okay, somebody has fire in their chart. Okay, yes.
I'm also thinking, Lenore, the boardroom is also a really effective technique when we are new or not accustomed to navigating institutions, right? And so I think this a lot, like we watched a film in my class about a group of, about Fifth Column, and they were a punk girl band from the 80s. And they couldn't get respect booking themselves in clubs. So they invented this agent who would call the club and like book on their behalf, and any one of them could play her because like you just do that voice and it all sounds the same. And so it's a way of navigating, of gaining access to institutions that many of us actually don't have, right? And so we're also very lucky, and this was back in the phone call days, like they didn't have email or anything, so there was no confirming that, but we can all do that through email and stuff like that too, right? Where you protect yourself from the institution, which can be harsh and abusive, through these personas, these characters. So it's great advice.
Exactly. It can be just, you can apply it to so many things in life, like so many things. Is there? Oh, okay. Well, here's a question. How are the parts of self different from alter ego? So are they the same? And yeah, I would say that they are. I would say that they are the same. Like the alter ego is an alternate of what you consider to be your main ego, is how I would put that. But yeah, is there a hand up? Can we hear what's going on there? Or if you...
Hi, yeah. I have a question. My name's Madison. I was wondering how you keep them in check. Like, I have this bitchy waiter alter ego that I had to quit my job because I'm just a mean waiter now. But like the idea of him sitting at this boardroom table is like really great and precious, but I'm worried he'll get out of control.
Okay, so my gut instinct about that is that you like that bitchy waiter alter ego was like, let me out now, and that's for a reason. So probably you should have quit that job. But also like, I mean, if you had, probably what you'd been doing since the annoyances that job started was pulling out your like manager, your therapist, being like, no, it's okay. Like, okay, no, think about it this way. And then, the waiter was like, okay, no, we're quitting now. And so those voices in your head are often, or your archetypes or your alter egos, if they get so loud that you end up doing something, maybe that was the time for that,
Thank you.
Yeah. I feel like Carrie Bradshaw on the radio right now. Is there any other questions?
I have a little just about the that idea of just like being a waiter too, and I think it's the awesome part about it is like it's like Superman and Bizarro, and it's like that idea of there are people that can come in and be like, what the hell? No, stop that. Like, I want to go off on people sometimes, and then they'll call me ghetto or something, so I got to pull back a little bit, so it's just like having that other person who's at your boardroom that like if somebody's freaking out being like, get your ass outside, go take a walk, have a cigarette. I'm gonna take over for this minute, and then you can go back to yourself later.
Exactly. Yeah, human resources, public relations, like, yeah, they're all in there.
One
more question. Sure.
Does anyone else have a question? Oh, that's me. I just think it's so fun that you keep mentioning all of like the astrological signs and how they relate to this, because I remember when I was doing sex work, I had a moment where I was like, this is getting a bit too real. I need a little bit of separation. Like, what if my sex work self is a different astrological sign than me? And so I was like, okay, I want to be a Scorpio. Like, I want to be hard. I want to be a bitch. And then I was like, this actually way too far. I wanted to be like the opposite of who I felt I was. And I was like, I can't actually pull this off. So I had to adjust and be like, okay, well, I have a Cancer rising, so I'll be a Cancer. And I was like, well, for people that don't use astrology as like a system of meaning, it meant like I need to pick something that like actually has a bit of a root in me, and then I can kind of like extend it instead of being like, okay, I want to be the opposite of who I feel like I am, by being like, okay, I want to take this part and sort of like veer away from my main self. Then I was able to like, it was still real enough that I felt like I could sell it, but also it was far enough away from me where I was like, okay, I'm different here, I'm different here. And so I thought that was really interesting how you also bring that in, thinking about it.
No, yeah, thanks for bringing that up. So yeah, I love astrology. I think it's quite in line with, archetypal thinking, because, there's 12 different main archetypes, and you can break them down and stuff. But I think one of the more important things of what you just said is, if you're looking for trying to find this archetype within yourself to do this thing that you're like, I can't do. Exactly. You just sort of find one that you can do and build a different bridge from there. And it's like, it does take a little bit more thought and time, but I'd say it's the same when you're like playing a character that you've never, like, you're like, I can't play this character. It's like, well, what's the closest experience that you do have to this person, to this character, and then just build from there. So anything is possible.
That's a really great way to wrap this up. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Alter egos towards healthy living, right? I mean, it's really like a holistic approach that we have going on here. Thank you, Lenore. We're going to shift our attention over to the other side of the room, and we're going to return to some of the presentations from Gender and Sexuality and Performance class. I just reposted the website that was built with each person's from that class, their project on it, and this is for people who are coming in through Zoom. You can see, you can go and find the person's profile, and there's an artist statement if you want to know a little bit more about what they're doing. So we're going to shift over to the other side of the room, and then we're going to shift back over to the table after that for another presentation, but we'll all make our way over here. This really feels like much music or something. It's like, right? Yeah. We're just in the studio. Yeah, exactly. All right. Do you need any kind of... Yeah. You need to use the mic.
Yeah, I need my...
Or do you want it? Or okay, do you want to use this? We're just going to get Lumi set up here with the other microphone, the body microphone. The body microphone.
I can also just set it down for the bit that I need both hands.
Oh, but we could just attach this to it. Okay. Here's it. I'm going to put it up close to you. You know how to use this. And then you can put that either. Oh, the other one? We just need to get this this microphone done. This is Doug, our fabulous wizard behind the wizard behind the glass. No curtain.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
That'll be great.
Oh, you sound wonderful. Okay. Well, let's hand the floor over to Lumi for their presentation.
Hello, I am D.I. Diane Tramp, and I need you all to help me solve a case today. There have been some sadly passed women in our community, and I have some writings from their no longer private diaries, as well as a board of different crime scenes and some medical examiner
reports that I would love for you all to take a look at afterwards. I will move my board over there afterwards for you all to investigate. But to start, I want to read from their private diaries. She tastes like rotten mint, like the body is punishing me for trying to exalt my will onto the flesh. I've learned how to avoid the taste, to pass it through my lips and into my throat that still speaks in an old voice without tasting that sour revenge of a body dying. My rebirth will not be stopped by her. I have been condemned inside of a walking corpse. The illness rests within my very bones. I cannot escape nor deny the truth etched into my life with pain. The medicine, turning my body into paradise, where there are beautiful fountains and statues stretching out endlessly, topiary of the divines, a body healthy, made anew. The tests are perfect. Platelets, hemocytes, lymphocytes rejoice. My body healed, miraculously whole, not a tarnished cell. Yet here I am, suffering. I'd love to say the medicine heals, that it took away my pain. The disease didn't hurt. But the way my body aches, as if to say paradise is no better than a minefield of cancerous cells. It's a satnip. Estradiol. In actualizing myself, I have now lost myself. Every day I became happier, and my body more fruitful. I lost myself, despite the connection and understanding we held, drifting away. She is beautiful. I live to watch her in motion. When she talks, I soar. When she walks, I soar. When she tries to express herself, nothing but tears come out. She is lost in a pit of her expression, and every bit of trauma that has been crammed into his body since he was only a young boy, she can't help but let it out. Every bruise more than itself, because it sits upon a body whose nerves have been frayed. Each moment of coldness freezing to the core because she didn't know warmth for so long.
Thank you. Thank you, Lumi. So this is the what is this board that you have here? Yeah, you have your own microphone.
So this board and the county medical examiner things over there all sort of create a story of 3 accidental deaths, all with personas and so drag persona-esque, and these all very high femme, femme fatale, old detective noir film style women who are all personifications of medications I take.
Wonderful.
Would you like more explanation?
What's
Or
that?
do I just leave it with that?
Yeah, leave it with that, and then we're going to put this over there with the county coroner's reports, and you can also see these online under Lumi's the entry for Lumi on the website. Yeah, they're very. If you want to go take a look at the county examiner reports. So, and then now what we're going to do is we're going to switch over back to the table, and have everybody sit around the table, and we're going to have some presentations from Indigo and Alex, and they're going to bring some things for us to look at and hold. And maybe what I will do is also, when you're talking, I could share my screen and show online for the online guests. Anywhere you want to sit here.
All right. Hi, guys. My name is Alex, and I created a zine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass it around, and you guys can kind of leaf through the two different versions of it, and then I'll talk you through a little bit of kind of the creation that led to the zines. So if you guys just want to grab one, I have the Dolly Wild version here, and then I have the Alex version here. You guys want to just pass them around? There we go. Okay. Everyone got one? Everyone have something to look at? Good. So when I was approaching this project, I kept on coming back to the question of the creation and lineage of alter egos, and specifically of my alter ego, Dolly Wild, who is started as my Tumblr persona, then became my pole dancing persona, and then eventually became my burlesque persona. So she's lived many lives, and she's stayed with me for a long time. And I wanted to kind of have a deeper look at her lineage compared to my growth. And so the two zines explore the histories of both the alter ego of Dolly and then also the alter ego of Alex, which is something that I am growing as I am a human being, just trying my best. And it's constructed with music, with writing, with little doodles, a little bit of everything. Dolly has been a very interesting figure in my life, as she's been the site of my femininity, and as that has in past been something I'm not super comfortable with. She's taken on a lot of different forms. And this past semester, I was lucky enough to be in Stephen's cabaret class, where she had a little bit of a rebirth moment and became kind of the monster that she now is, and how I love her as she is now. Yeah, so that's the little zine for you guys.
Amazing. Alex, what was she first?
She was my Tumblr persona first.
Okay,
Yeah,
it was online, and
it was online.
That's so amazing.
Yeah, so I had my little angsty teenage blog, and she, or even actually before that, there's a book by Caitlin Moran called How to Build a Girl, which is what the zine is titled off of, and she became my Tumblr persona because I connected to that character in the book so strongly. The character in the book, she takes on the persona of Dolly Wild so that she's able to work at a newspaper and is able to be a part of the rock and roll scene when she's only like 15 or 16 years old. Otherwise, she would be way too young to do that. And I very much connected to that as a 15-year-old. So that's how she was born.
Do you want to talk just briefly about the How to Build an Alex?
Oh, yeah. So when my very much online persona of Dolly Wild was very separated from Alex and as known as Alexa in my past life, and through the challenges that I had in finding a relationship with femininity that worked for me, Alexa, as they once were known, had a death and then a rebirth as Alex, which is of course integrated in Dolly's experience as well, because they're both parts of me. And so if you kind of follow the timeline of the zines happen at the same time, in kind of the way that it's laid out. And so you can see where Dolly was at the same time where Alex was at in that kind of experience. And that's how the two of those are set up.
So
yeah,
each other. Very cool. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So it's a parallel story.
Yeah, exactly.
That's really great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So is this idea that of the death of Alexa and the birth of Alex and at the same time Dolly, is this also what drew you to your fascination with horror? And I just wondered if there was anything to in that.
I didn't actually ever think of it that way. I have always had a very strong connection to horror because it was able to explore emotions and like kind of the grossness in a way that any other genre couldn't, and so was able to tackle a lot of topics that you're not able to see in anything else in what I felt was in my angsty teen life, and then also now in a very affirming way. And so has always been something that I've been very deeply interested in, connected to, in kind of feeling like I was in like a monstrous queer body and like reclaiming that. And so when Dolly had her rebirth and I was trying to grapple with my own relationship with my own femininity, the mad femme, as I affectionately call it, or this like monstrous feminine, was what I actually connected to and what felt the most authentic for Dolly and also for Alex.
So interesting. Yeah, they're beautiful objects for the people who are kind of joining by Zoom. You can. I've just been scrolling through some of the PDFs that are online, but I encourage you just to take more time and go through the whole books because they're so beautiful. And stitched. Yep. Yep. Very, very, very beautiful. Well, thanks, Alex. And we're going to move it on to Indigo. We got a little round of applause for Alex, Dolly. Indigo.
All right. I am also going to be passing a whole bunch of things around. So I will pass to you. You can take one and pass them around the circle. There are 4 different little books. So growing up, my mom read to us this book titled "What Do You Do, Dear?" And it was a guide to proper conduct for all occasions, an etiquette book for young ladies and gentlemen. And it's very problematic. I don't recommend that you go and read it. It's by Cecile Jocelyn. Instead, you should read mine. So I've decided to take those books and reimagine them to create guides for improper conduct, and thinking about the alter ego as, well, is the alter ego the proper self? Is it the improper self? Is it both of those at the same time? And so I decided to have fun with this. There is also a poster on the inside when you open it up. You have a little "Be Gay, Do Crime" poster, which is not made by me. This is artwork by I.O. Ascarium. Yes. I'm not
sure. Zine techniques. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's a very classic zine technique, this type of folding. And I've never been able to figure out how to do it because my brain explodes before even like when they're like, and then part 3, and I'm like, I'm already done. So it's really, I love this. I love that you were able to do this. I'll never be able to fold it back up again. I'm just telling you. It's beautiful.
For on Zoom, I've gone to the page that's my favorite page. Is you're invited to dinner with your conservative family. What do you do, dear? Arrive with your partner in the outfits they would find most upsetting. Make a beeline for the kitchen. Grab their fanciest bottle of wine and shout, "The party has arrived!"
The one at the end of this that says, you encounter a parent saying the internet is making my kid gay or trans. What do you do, dear? Take that child under your wing, and as you fly off into the night sky, squawk at them. Actually, it was doing the job you're supposed to be doing and showing your kid the support they need. Like, that feels especially relevant now with all the bullshit lawmakers. And they don't just say the internet, now they're like schools, and so many states are trying to ban it. So the idea of finding those kids and taking them under your wing, it makes me smile, and that one feels especially poignant now.
Perhaps you answered this, but Dimitri Copper?
Dimitri Copper is my artist's name.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's kind of your alter ego.
Yeah.
Okay, love it.
Yeah. I only kind of realized that this morning when hearing everyone's projects, so.
That you have one. Yeah. They're beautiful. And do these, I'm sorry, I just have so many questions. Do these illustrations mimic the ones in the original text?
Yes.
Okay.
So most of them, for example, the cover photos, drawings, are taken directly from the illustrations in the original books. And I've just changed their attire, changed the scenario.
Yeah.
So many of the drawings are pulled directly from the original illustrations and adapted to fit.
You trans them up.
Yeah.
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 I love it.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Everybody's around the table engrossed in your in this little butch at the bar. Oh, they're really, 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 really wonderful. So while we're doing that, while we're taking a look at these, we're going to move. Sorry, I'm just like, okay, we gotta keep moving, because we're gonna get everybody in here today. So we're gonna move on to Agatha. Agatha, you have a video to show us. Did you have anything you wanted to say in advance?
Not particularly. I guess this is my alter ego, or like the beginning of creating it. And it's very much a mix of me taking elements of myself that I don't always portray in a public setting and enlarging them and mixing that with sort of different stereotypes and stuff like that. So,
Wonderful. I think Doug has it lined up. Oh, so should we could all move to the other side of this screen.
Yeah, 'cause it's on
Yeah.
too.
Okay, let's go to the other side of the room, explaining this to the people on Zoom. We're going to move again in the room and go to the other side where there's a big screen. We can watch this in its large format. Oh, here comes down the big screen. Perfect. And all right. All good.
Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. It started out with a kiss, how did it end up like this? It was only a kiss, it was only a kiss. Now I'm falling asleep and she's calling a cab while he's having a smoke and she's taking a drag. Now they're going to bed Let it rain. Come on. Shoulda had them apple bottom jean boots with the fur. The whole club was looking at her. She hit the floor. Next thing you know, shoulda got low. Them baggy sweatpants and the Reeboks with the straps. Turned around and gave that big booty a slap. She hit the floor. Next thing you know, shoulda got low.
How you doing, young lady? The feeling that you're giving really drives me crazy. You don't have a play about the choke. I was at a loss for word first time that we spoke.
You're looking for a girl that'll treat you right. Have you looking for in the daytime with a light?
You might be the type if I play my cards right. I'll find out by the end of the night.
You expect me to just let you hit it, but will you still respect me if you get it?
All I can do is try, give me one chance. What's the problem? I don't see the ring on your hand. I'll be the first to admit it. I'm curious about you. You seem so innocent.
You wanna get in my world, get lost in it. Boy, I'm tired of running. Let's walk for a minute.
Promiscuous girl, whatever you are, I'm all alone, and it's you that I want.
Promiscuous boy, you already know that I'm all yours. What you waiting for?
Promiscuous girl, you teasing me. You know what I want, and I got what you need.
Promiscuous boy, let's get to the point, 'cause we on the road. You ready?
Take a look at my girlfriend, she's the only one I got. And not much of a girlfriend, I never seem to get a lot.
It's been some time since we last spoke, and this is gonna sound like a bad joke, but mama, I fell in love again. It's safe to say I have a new girlfriend. And I know it sounds so old, but Cupid got me in a chokehold. And I'm afraid I might give in. Towels on the mat, my white flag is waving. I mean, she even cooks me pancakes and Alka-Seltzer when my tummy aches. If that ain't love, then I don't know what love is. We even
Scotty doesn't know that Fiona and me do it in my van every Sunday. She tells him she's in church, but she doesn't go. Still she's on her knees, and Scotty doesn't know. Oh, Scotty doesn't know. So don't tell Scotty. Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know. Fiona says she's out shopping, but she's under me and I'm not stopping. 'Cause Scotty doesn't know, Scotty doesn't know, Scotty doesn't know, Scotty doesn't know. So don't tell Scotty, Scotty doesn't know. I can't believe he's so trusting, while I'm right behind you thrusting.
Damn, she's thick. Oh dear, that was funny. I would like to bring up Rebecca, actually, from our ARTH 392 class to give a paper on alter ego. We talked a little bit about this and strategized, so I'm very excited to see your work, Rebecca. Thank you so much. And so it's coming up here, and you can use that microphone. Again, you're free to take off your mask if you want to, and there's your mic.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? All right. Okay. I'm kind of nervous, but all right. Anyway, here we go. Here goes nothing. So today I'm going to be talking about social media, online personas, and alter ego. So first things first, social media is defined by Merriam-Webster Dictionary as, quote, forms of electronic communication such as websites for social networking, and microblogging, through which users create online communities to share information, ideas, personal messages, and other content such as videos. So first launched in 2004, like the social media site that we know now, like the modern ones anyway. Social media sites now have accumulated in like 2004 3.78 billion users worldwide, with Facebook being the most widely used platform. So on average, we spend about 2.5 hours on social media, and making it a prime location for marketing, for making and maintaining connections. Due to its wide reach and increasing importance on people's lives, social media has also been utilized by businesses, organizations, brands, and celebrities alike as a primary marketing tool. Despite the praises that we can give social media, however, it also has had its fair share of downfalls, with the most widely cited one being social media's effect on our mental health. So basically, study after study has shown that prolonged usage of social media has a negative effect on mental health, with users citing increased feelings of depression and or anxiety due to prolonged time on it. So anyway, this feeling, I believe, is due to the amount of information we are receiving in that a short period of time. If we are constantly being fed images of people living their best lives, achieving one thing after the other, we would have no choice but to compare what we are seeing online to our own life. If we feel like we are not living as they are, and let's face it, a lot of us are, following celebrities and influencers, so we wouldn't be living the same life exactly now, wouldn't we? So anyway, so this feeling of our life not being to the standard of those we see online would lead to feeling like we are not doing enough in our life, or worse yet, it would lead to a feeling like we are not doing we are not doing enough, or worse yet, it will lead us to feeling like we will never be enough, which give way to feelings of depression and anxiety. So to try and counter these feelings, we learn to go to the conclusion that things we see on social media are more or less fake. And while I think this way of thinking does help counter or alleviate feelings of depression and or anxiety, I don't think it will be very helpful in the long run in a world that is increasingly reliant on social media, especially if one is like an entrepreneur or an aspiring artist who would need social media to build an audience and hopefully create a career. So I simply think social media in this lens focuses too much on the negative while ignoring the good things that social media can bring along. It is also not a good defensive measure against depressive, anxious feelings after a certain period. Anyway, which brings me to the main topic of my presentation. So, instead of seeing social media and the identities we have seeing it as fake or not telling the whole truth, I would like to postulate that we see social media, social media or online personas, as I have written on here, as our alter ego. But to point it out clearly, I will first define what an alter ego is. I mean, we know what it is, but anyway. In the simplest term, the definition of it is the other I. It is an identity that is different, perhaps even separate from 1 to 12. So, as Todd Herman writes in his book, The Alter Ego Effect, we have, quote, a lot of different responsibilities we all carry on our shoulders. There are a lot of different roles we play in life, and there are constant forces of society, for example, religion, family, teammates, coworkers, friends, and others that lead us to act a certain way. An alter ego, therefore, is a useful tool to help you, me, and others to handle the adversity of life with more resiliency, explore a creative side while protecting a fragile self. Be far more intentional about who we are, we're trying to be on the field of play. End quote. The ability of the alter ego is to give more resilience while allowing us to protect our fragile selves. It's exactly why we should be using and thinking of our online personas as our alter ego. For too many times on social media, we have allowed ourselves to feel bad for not being or having certain things, either a career, object, or body-wise. Seeing things on social media as our alter ego, therefore, allows us more barriers to protect ourselves from, resulting from critics and overall negative things either coming from ourselves or other social media users, resulting in less feelings of anxiety, depression, and self-doubt. For entrepreneurs and aspiring artists who need social media to build an audience, which in turn makes the career possible, as I already mentioned, and alter ego is even more important that it allows them to focus on their careers without any setback or misstep affecting their quote-unquote self too much. Okay. Oh, dude. Oh my God. Anyway. So here are just some examples of alter ego. And so anyway, all of these alter egos serve a purpose for the individual that created them, allowing that individual to stay and do things they normally would not be able to do, freeing them, albeit temporarily, as they don the suit of the alter ego. Before I go on, I think it's important to mention that or point out that alter egos are not mental illnesses. That like bipolar, schizophrenia, dissociative identity disorder, so on. The things like all these things I just listed are unfortunate and oftentimes cruel diseases that affect a person in their life. Having an alter ego is not the same thing as having any of these illnesses. For none of the personalities that come out of any of these disorders are deliberate creations of the individuals that had them, whereas alter egos are deliberate creations of the individual, sometimes out of necessity. But they themselves and only them wield the power and control of this other personality and not the other way around, as what it would be for illnesses mentioned above. Anyway, let's move on. So online persona. The definition of online persona that I read from Wikipedia, and yes, Wikipedia is not like a good start, but it was helpful, so I will use that. It's the most helpful one that I saw. Anyway, so according to Wikipedia, an online persona is a social identity that an internet user establishes in online communities and websites. It is, in other words, the result of how we choose to use social media as well as present ourselves in it. And according to this website that I found, Cybernet Academy, there are 5 examples of identities / personas online. The open identity is an identity in which a user will share authentic and genuine thoughts to the world with no one specific social media that is preferred, and their identities throughout the platforms are all consistent. Avoidant identity, these are the people who refrain from using social media, as well as refrain from online activities for whatever reason. variety of reasons. So the next two identities are kind of similar. These two identities both pertain to a person pumping out specific content for a specific audience that they are trying to reach, which I believe is the identity most commonly used by entrepreneurs and aspiring artists. And last but not least, a compartmentalization identity. This is the identity in which a person compartmentalizes their social media accounts, like different social media accounts. So, how do our online personas interact with alter egos? As I've already said, they are one and the same, or at the very least, they should be, due to the fact that our online personas, like alter egos, were deliberately created by us. We decide what name we want to go by, what photos we use for our avatar, what photos, videos, and or posts we make on social media, or how often we make it, or if we even make it at all. Our online personas are often separate identity from who we are, who truly are, or at least who we feel we are. It is an identity, a suit that we can put on and take off wherever we want and slash or need to, just like an alter ego. So, today intersect. The quick answer is yes. Yes, as it is a much healthier lens in which to view social media and our relation with it. In seeing our online identity as our alter ego gives us another layer of protection against the harms of social media. And for entrepreneurs as well as aspiring artists who rely on social media, an alter ego is even more important. Now, I keep mentioning this, but I keep mentioning like online entrepreneurs and social media. So I'm gonna like, sorry, I went off script and now, anyway. I would like to make an example of an alter ego that I currently am creating on social media, particularly on Instagram. So on here is the progress that I have made in terms of followers these past 4 months, hoping to one day to like build an audience and hoping to one day hopefully publish the book that I am currently writing on. So I'm building this audience because I need people to tell, hopefully one day to tell books too. And I grew this via posting reels that had something to do with my experiences a few times a week. So I did this online identity of mine as my alter ego or other self. This is the girl with the hopes and dreams of being a published author. For now, I am using my real name, but I'll be changing that as soon as I finish my first draft and decide on a synonym. Anyway, so this alter ego is important because there are times where I, as myself, feel too shy or feel too insecure about the thing that I want to do. This online alter ego, however, is not. It's determined, focused, and it's not shy to interact and or make connections, any connections it deems necessary. With this alter ego, I can pursue my dream with much more fervor than without. And also crucially, if any post does not get as much views or likes that I deem necessary, I, the real I, can blame it on the alter ego in which the did and the necessary assessment for the both of us to better move on and to better the next time around. So in closing and summary, social media and our personas within them should be seen as our alter egos due to the similarities between the two, as well as the fact that it is a much healthier view of social media that helps us to reap more positive things from them while providing better protection for ourselves against the harm that social media brings. So this is it for me today. Thank you very much. I hope you all enjoyed it.
That was really interesting, Rebecca. Is this on? Hello, am I live? Okay. Very, very interesting. And also that idea that we do create those personas online to advance ourselves and actually get over social anxiety and shyness. Very interesting that you're doing that. Thank you for bringing in a personal story on that. Any questions for Rebecca? There might be. Yes.
Well, okay. Well, if you count like different, yeah, actually, but I don't know, a few years ago, I wanted to create like a YouTube channel because I don't know, I have been watching YouTube a lot, and I was like, I can do that too. So I had all things planned. I had like a separate Gmail account. I had like an Instagram, but it didn't work out, so it's fine. Yeah.
I think you have to be quite patient with that work though, right? Like
Yeah.
something will, everyone says that where they're like, I didn't expect this to blow up. Like that should be the
Yeah.
title of someone's novel this year, because that is literally like the TikTok. I didn't
Yeah.
expect this to blow up, guys. Like, yes, you did.
That's true.
But you know, but that's what it takes, right? Like there's, you have 8 followers and then suddenly you have like 10,000 people, you wake up and
Yeah.
it's, so it takes something.
Yeah, I would say there's no such thing as like a lot of everyone says like overnight success. There is no such thing. Yeah.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, the success came overnight. The work did
Yeah,
not. The work
exactly.
was, you were always
Yeah.
working. And we saw that with Adrian's video, right? Like that was a very simple video. That probably took years to set that up, right? Like, and then just in that moment, it all happened. It all came together. Stephen, are you ready? All right, yeah. Like set up for the
Thank
next
you.
one. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, so we're going to take a 5-minute break to get shifted to the next batch of presentations.
I guess while we're doing this, like, I'll just encourage people to go over and have a look at Electric Ladyland if you want to. Go have a look at the set Electric Ladyland. They're also selling their zines, which are beautiful, and you can also see some work up on the screen over there. But Electric Ladyland in full effect right now.
Were you the second one? Second one, yeah. So we might have to execute it first. You're sure it was Alex? I'm sure.
Yeah, Alice was here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Repurposing it for this sort of. She basically gets all the previews of shit I do because we are longtime friends. Yeah, no, I didn't make it totally. It's just kind of illegible.
Stephen, your shoe.
Am I the first one? No.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, I am?
Yeah, I'm second. I'm after you.
Oh, damn. Okay.
So basically, they'll run the video.
Okay. Nothing. No.
Do you want to make
video?
a little? Do you want to?
Yeah, I think I'll just say like, hi, my name is Alice. Like, this is my work. And then, like, when the video finishes, I'll just do a really brief blah blah.
Okay.
And I think that's it.
Yeah, and you can encourage people to go to the website. They already have the address. Like, it's performing for local people.
Okay, cool. Nice.
Okay. Hey everybody. Hey everybody. Hi. We're going to start again with some presentations. And I think it's all set up and ready to go. I'm not going to make any introduction to you. You can introduce yourself and say what we're going to go look at, I guess, if you want.
Test 1, 2, 3. Hi, I'm Alice, or Aliki, whatever feels best. I use the she/her pronouns, and I created this really small video. It's inspired by tarot cards and my life as a feminist and as a woman. Hope you enjoy.
Okay, so we're going to go and switch to Alice's video.
Suck my left one!
Wonderful. Give a little round of applause for the video that Alice made of her tarot deck. Maybe, do you want to say anything about this this project?
Well, very briefly, I've lately been inspired a lot by like tarot cards, modern witchcraft, and before creating this project, I wanted to do something about costuming because I really think that like through the readings that we had in class with like gender identity and what is gender identity and who am I as a gender identity and what do I identify as or have disidentified as and with throughout my life. I think that like costume and like how we dress and how we've learned that we're supposed to dress and each thing that goes with like a particular gender made me think a lot. And while I was looking at a tarot deck, particular tarot deck, which is called the Modern Witch, which is by Lisa Sterl, and it has to do with, it's an all women's deck of all ethnical backgrounds. The artist made this statement about her deck in which originally in the decks you see all the archetypes in a binary of male and female, and with particular energies associated with either the male or the female card. And so even in classical tarot interpretations, that does not necessarily mean that it's a man or a woman. It just comes from the fact that like when these cards were created, it was like patriarchy is the best, yay era, like back in the days. So what a woman was or what a man was, for example, the mom is the caregiver, mother energy, feminine energy, then the male is like the emperor and you can't fuck with him. Can I say that?
You
Good?
can say whatever you want.
I don't know. So and my idea was that same as like the kind of the artist had to jump over that into like more modern times, is that like it doesn't mean necessarily that like because I'm a woman I'm a good caregiver, or that because I'm a woman I can't be someone that you can't like step up on. And I do believe that we all have qualities from everything. And I was doing a research on what do the cards mean for people that don't identify as man or woman, female or male. And it came to me that like some cards have this like more fluid identity into them. So I decided to play with the idea of like costuming and how I take the cards as like the classical interpretation of the archetypes they show us and the energies that they're supposed to represent, alongside with a little bit of my idea of costuming and what they have also been in my life, growing up in a place that was full of toxic masculinity. Little parenthesis, I grew up in Greece. So I've had the idea of like patriarchy and toxic masculinity thrown in my face a lot. And that made me question my identity as a woman many times. So I wanted to make this project a little bit as an, how can I say it? Kind of like autobiographical, along with like a tarot, a little bit of humor and punk rock there. So yeah, that's about it. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you,
for
Alice.
having me.
Yes, thank you very much. And I do encourage you to go to the website and take, because all the tarot cards are, there's a link to the tarot cards and you can look at them in depth because they really, they're wonderful and there's a lot to look at in those cards. So thank you. All right. I think the next person we have coming up is Anthony. And there will be a video with this. But you wanted to say something before starting, right?
Yes. Testing. Yes.
Oh, yes, that's
great.
All
So,
right.
hello everyone. My name is Anthony Chiarelli. I use he/him pronouns, and this project is by no means a finished product. It's a work in progress. I decided to create an alter ego as a way of removing who I am, removing myself from any preconceived notions I may have had about gender and sexuality. I like to approach gender and sexuality without myself. So this is my alter ego as a way of removing myself, but also a way I want to approach gender and sexuality and performance in the arts. Being a man in the arts, I feel like this is what I created, and like I said, no means a finished product, but something that I am working towards developing further in the future.
All right, so we're going to watch the video. I am a changeling. Yeah.
Hello all. My name is Anthony Querelli, and I go by he, him, his pronouns. I am an emerging artist, but for this piece, I am a changeling. My alter ego is a changeling. What's a changeling, you may ask? Well, I'll show you, but for those who don't know, a changeling is a humanoid race with shape-shifting abilities. They are commonly found in the role-playing game Dungeons and Dragons. They are adaptable, unisex individuals with the magical ability to transform into anyone they desire. I will now remold myself into this alter ego. Let's begin. Now, as I shave off my beard with my clipper, I would like to preface by saying that I am a cisgender, straight, white, heterosexual man. However, being ever so consumed in the arts, I'm constantly reevaluating what it means to be man, but more so what it means to be masculine. As an aspiring artist in the theater profession, I see this alter ego of mine as an opportunity to detach myself from my own gender identity and unreservedly consider the possibilities that may constitute a gender identity different from my own. I find value in exploring and experimenting with both masculine and feminine gender expressions. Now, I've chosen the changeling as a format because I believe their unique power represents a method of neutralizing oneself when approaching gender identities and expressions. Transforming into a changeling is a mental, physical, and spiritual process. When I transform myself into my alter ego, I feel better conditioned to approach masculine and feminine gender expressions. As you can see, I apply white makeup onto my face as a way of wiping out my identity and leaving behind my personal baggage in order to embrace a new identity with a clean slate. The white makeup is also indicative of how a changeling actually looks in Dungeons and Dragons. Now I gotta apply some spray. Spray, 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 spray. Now I have to think of a name, because every alter ego has a name. I have to think of a name. I think I'm going to name my alter ego Courage. I choose this because I believe it takes an enormous amount of courage to be vulnerable and to expose such a private and intimate part of ourselves. I envision my body, in this case my face, as a painter approaches his canvas before he paints his masterpiece. My approach as a changeling is with a fresh perspective by learning and understanding the experience as my alter ego, Courage, and not Anthony. Like I said in the beginning, I am a changeling. And there you have it. I am a changeling.
Wonderful. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think there's a doctor in the house. So if the doctor wouldn't mind coming up to give their presentation, I will give you this microphone here. Well, try this microphone, doctor.
Test 1, 2. Am I at all audible and comprehensible?
You could take your the under mask off.
Yeah, and as I do that, I will pull up. Am I allowed to screen share from here?
Yes.
Because I would like to give a tour of my site.
There you go.
It's hard to type. Well, as I pull it up, I will.
Yeah.
And you can see my little beard. As I pull it up, I will tell you a bit about myself. My name is Sir Inge. I am a plague doctor, not, of course, certified by any sort of institution. I'm not sharing my screen. Yes.
We need to get it to
Just
share it
because
for
I
our
can make a
Zoom
website
people.
doesn't mean I remember how to use Zoom.
Nobody remembers how to use Zoom.
I got it. Thank you. I am a plague doctor. I am a necromancer. And I am a strange little man. I live within subculture, on subculture, underground, and sometimes that means on a website. This website, which you could find on the website for the whole conference, is cybercomedia.neocities.org. It should be linked there. Now there's a few parts because I have existed as Syringe before this class has, and I've been working on this site for quite some time, and when this Alter Egos conference came up, I'm like, oh, I'm going to share it, and I'm going to make things specific for this. You can look at the Fagotard section, which is a sort of manifesto for a very specific intersection of neurodivergent and queer identity that I inhabit on your own. There's stuff there. It's older work. And the declassified files is the artist statement. It goes beneath the mask. Hello. Oh, my hat. So today we will mostly be looking at Syringe's operating theater, and I will read you some of the site. Welcome to my lair. I am Sir Inge, Knight of the Fagotard Order, Plague Doctor, Gravedigger, Il Dottore of the 21st century, transsexual autistic contaminant, auto guinea pig, multidisciplinary fuck-up, masked sewerman, and all-around autoironic histriotic neurotic. Oh, and by the way, and I'm showing you this because test audiences were like, oh, I didn't find that. This is a link. I made this website myself. I enjoy doing this because I believe part of being Syringe is being multidisciplinary. Oh, that loaded small. It's like, I'll read the little thing that's on this one, not the illegible part at the top. Specters of suicide. It's just reality when you're like us. The ripples of one flow outwards, impacting people all the more distant. I worry about those I love more than I worry about myself. That pain and fear that you can't replicate aren't something I'd wish upon anyone. And yet there's still something in the back of my mind whose response is always, kill yourself, even for small problems. Is this what they call hauntology? Back to my lair. Think of this place as a laboratory, or a theater, or a sewer. Same thing, really. It is my operating theater. Here you will find my field notes, research fragments, power sources, and viscera. It is a gory affair, and honestly, I wouldn't recommend following me. You do know what artistic underground masked men with trauma are like, right? Haven't you seen The Phantom of the Opera, read V for Vendetta, watched Saw, played Zero Escape, Zero Time Dilemma, Repo the Genetic Opera, literally any Batman movie? Media? Spoiler alert, but these men tend to be horrible people. Murder, torture, and not just normal stabbing or anything. It's always really elaborate and dramatic and over-engineered. Murder torture isn't enough. They have to cause a revolution and change the world, or make artwork and opera out of it. And sure, you might feel bad for them because they're actually quite traumatized and society was cruel to them and they've faced things like being shown in a circus or their wife dying or terminal illness or their parents being murdered or being experimented on or being stuck in a time loop or whatever. And it's true, society is cruel and they've been through a lot. The points they raise are generally correct. The problem is that their solution is to do torture murder art about it, and also like half of them are grooming women. I'm exactly like that, but I haven't done literal murder and I have a vagina. For now, on both accounts. So it's probably best not to follow me. So if you go to cybercomedia.neocities.org, you will find a few things I'm just going to show you quickly. I talk about Freud and how trans men actually have an overblown superego. I am not used to maps. Syringe uses PC. Angry rants about trans masculinity. This is a common theme here. I'm very angry about being a trans man. Short little thing. I don't even know how to describe that one. And this, which links to a second part over here and has news articles. Anyways, the site is a constant work in progress because I am a constant work in progress. Some days I'm like, I love being autistic. I love being trans. I actually think I'm cooler and better than neurotypical cis people. And some days I'm like, I'm going to fucking kill myself. Why wasn't I born a cis man? Why wasn't I born neurotypical? This sucks. So just like I am a constant work in progress, so is the site. Because that's the nature of being a plague doctor, a surgeon who operates on yourself, all of that. I do the medicine to me. I am transforming myself. I'm experimenting with myself. I am stitching myself apart, stitching it back closed, pulling out my organs, and putting those organs on the page for you to see. I don't know how long I've been speaking.
That's wonderful. It's a very good place to leave it, with your entrails behind you.
My entrails are always behind me, so feel free to check out the site.
Check out the site. Thank you,
I
Sir
write a
Inge.
lot. Content warnings for descriptions of gore, descriptions of transphobia, ableism, excessive use of slurs, that's part of my thing, and being edgy a little bit. But if you think you can stomach all that, please check it out. I worked hard on it.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot to look at on that site. There's a lot to look at. Okay, so I think Vanessa is up next. And I think it would probably be good if we ran your site from here so you could help us choose our yeah, we have the we can get it up here. Let me just get the let me get this site for you. Where are we going here? Let's right, it is in the chat. So we're going to go there because I was just worried that I know you gave me a new link for your project and I put it on the website, but I want to make sure that it's the right one because it's on the website for sure. We can link to it from there. It's no pretty well for much further down. I can probably find it. Look, it's one more. It's right near. It's actually right at the end. Yes, there we are. Is it because I'm a woman? Okay. There is sound, yeah. Okay, great. Okay, so I know that there's an interactive element to this, right? So all of you that are here in the room, yeah, you've got to. Are you on? Let me see.
Yeah, you go for it.
Check. Yes, yes, you are. You are on. You're on.
Speak loud. All right, so I'm gonna show you my project. It is a choose your own adventure, so I'm gonna need you to choose the adventure. There's gonna be two options on the screen, and just shout out, and whichever one's louder is the one we're gonna go with. So, just give us a second. How's everyone so far?
Woo!
Oh, that's too asleep, guys. You're gonna need to do like choices, man. You have to wake up. There we go. Okay, let's go, guys. Oh my god, no way. It's a performance. It's for me? Oh, I didn't know. I thought we were just like talking. I didn't expect you to buy me a drink or anything. A lot about being a woman is performing. No, of course I'll take it. Like right now, I'm very much aware of the expectation that comes when a man buys a woman a drink. I could very much go home with him. Cheers. But why the fuck would I want to do that? So tonight's actually a girls' night. So, last night using my ditzy little girl persona, I got 4 men to buy me a drink. I know what you're thinking. Wow, women are such scams. Women? It's literally just me here confessing to you. It's women, don't generalize us. Besides, men make 10 cents more than women. So is it really wrong for me to cash that in?
Is it wrong to cash it in? We're putting yes.
Yes.
So, you don't like when women perform gender in a way that doesn't benefit you. Why? Does the change in power dynamic scare you? Does the idea of a woman existing for herself turn you off? Let's start at the root. Why do you feel a woman owes you anything after you buy her a drink? Is there a fine print? Did they agree to a drink and a hookup? Or did they just agree to the shot? Reflect on this the next time you offer a woman a shot. Recognize that the exchange is not transactional, and remember, you are probably not that interesting. Alright, here's my day. Basically, I work later tonight, but before that, I'm staying home all day waiting for some guy to come fix the dishwasher. But what should I wear? One's coming up. Comfy hoodie or bralette and skirt? Comfy hoodie or bralette?
Oh,
We went with this bralette and skirt.
bralette and skirt, okay.
Although it was clearly hoodie, I'm just a liar. So you objectify women. Gross. Would you have still picked this option if it were your parent, sibling, you? Did you say yes because you wanted to encourage my confidence, or did you simply want to sexualize my existence? Let's use our critical thinking skills. Why would you want to sexualize me? Do you think of me as only an object? Do you think of me as your property? Less than? Maybe take a second and ask yourself, why do I feel entitled enough to believe someone else's physical existence is for my own pleasure? And with that, I remind you, you are not that special. Hi, sorry, I was just calling because I was supposed to have someone come fix my dishwasher today, but nobody's come yet and I work soon, so I was just wondering if I can get an update on that. Don't judge my customer service voice. I have no control over it. Sorry, so nobody's coming? The ultimate test. So no one's fucking coming. Great.
Another one's coming
What
up.
should I do? Do I comply and understand the situation? Or do I vocalize my frustration?
Vocalize frustration.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but I get that it's not your fault and like you're just like the messenger in these situations. A fucking terrible messenger. How the fuck do you fuck up the one job you have? But I just want to say like I think it was really unprofessional on your part to not contact me that my appointment had been canceled. I've just been waiting all day for nothing and I think that's kind of shitty. No, for sure, I get that things happen, but you could have just called. Yeah. Okay, well, is there another appointment I can take? Okay, yeah. Yeah, that works. Okay, thank you. Have a nice day. Bye. What? Did you think I was gonna yell? You could vocalize your frustration without being a dick. That's a choice. So, I'm off to play as woman at work, so, scene.
No, that's great. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, Vanessa. Yeah, I do encourage you to go to the website to have your own adventure because there are different pathways you can take on Vanessa's project, and you can have the personalized experience rather than the group experience. There is another video, but we're not going to show it now because I think we're just basically running on time. So were we supposed to go to a break? Oh, we're going to have a look at Electric Ladyland now. Okay.
Electric Ladyland and talk about how it was developed and why and what for and its future and its past.
Okay, well, who's going to be taking us on this tour?
Renee is actually. So I'm going to hand Renee the mic.
And do you have a camera over there for our Zoom people?
I don't know.
I think there's an iPad that
Is there an iPad you can bring through?
seems to be on the go. Doug is on the go.
Thank you, Doug.
Should I introduce now? Or?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's weird
Oh, there
seeing
you
myself
go.
that big. Hi, everybody. This is Electric Ladyland. I am Renee Matthews. This is Kaylin Tyson. We are two of the group members that created Electric Ladyland. Right now, it is an installation, but in general, it is going to be a much larger world-building project. It came out of my obsession with psychedelic rock and psychedelics in general, and not seeing myself represented in any of those countercultures, especially with the history of psychedelics just being traditionally like an indigenous practice and central to spiritual practices, and just having it completely whitewashed was an affront. Yeah, so not only being othered, but just flat out disrespected in a space where I should be welcomed. So I wanted to rewrite that history and insert myself and insert other people that look like me, that are queer and BIPOC and women, and we can enjoy the space without being marginalized. So yeah, it's basically just a fantasy land.
Do you want to walk us into it?
Yeah, let's go.
We have an iPad.
Come along.
We have a moving iPad. Thank you so much, Doug. It's a beautiful space. So yeah, let's have the tour.
All right. So feel free to like spread out throughout the space and like interact with it. It is completely open for you to, yeah, the stools are super comfortable. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, absolutely. So and I'll tuck myself over here. Thank you. So yeah, this is the set that we shot the zine in. Dun, dun, dun. So part of the like main practice that I wanted to focus on for this project and a lot of my artistic practice is reducing waste. So the stools are made out of cardboard. If you lift up the top of them, you can see kind of the construction that's just rolled up. They're super structurally sound, really easy to make. That's kind of another tenet, is that I don't want this to be like a gate-kept practice. I want people to be able to like build places like this on their own, which is why they should be easy to make.
Can you talk about the banner?
Yeah, for sure.
And why
So,
banner making is important to your practice?
banner making, especially because we were building a place, we wanted it to have like a welcome sign so that you know where you are, and you can get a visual representation of where you are. Kaylin, do you want to talk about the banner bit? The banner we kind of all made together, which was a lot of fun.
Well, it kind of just speaks for itself. It was really fun to make because I had never painted with a bunch of other artists, you know, and it was really nice to be in this queer bike park space and to kind of engage with the world before it was built, and, you know, kind of create the marker, you know, stepping into the door to which you step into this world. And it was really fun. Yeah, and it was super. We just had like a roll of canvas laying around, and so it was very DIY, very on brand. So yeah.
And you also all created characters through a zine too. So you created a group of you created characters for this project, alter egos, basically.
Oh yes. I think we are 5 people, and 4 of us created alter egos. You know, that's my alter ego. They are the pharmacists, and we decided, you know, the inhabitants, you know, the first inhabitants, kind of like the people of this space, are our alter egos, because, you know, it's a created world. We're gonna have to have people exist in it. And so yeah, it was kind of, for me, it was, you know, a bunch of things, like my role in this space, as well as, you know, things that I want to be, things that I wish I was, you know, somebody who is thriving in a world created by and for people like her. So, because, you know, we're out here, I'm just like, anyway, but yeah, she's a pharmacist, she's a drug dealer, because it's very psychedelic space. So she mixes and experiments and grows her own mushrooms, and yeah, they are just the plug. So that's kind of me. I'm sad that 2 other people aren't here, but
Yeah, that's me. And there are 3 others. If you guys want to buy or look through the zines, they are there. And I'm very happy to have them printed. They came out so
They
beautifully.
created postcards too, which are very, very
Yes.
important in world making for a lot of communities. Postcards are the way that we communicate with each other privately and not on the internet. And the other thing I think that's so vital about this piece is that we talked about Adrian Stimson's world making and the way that he created Buffalo Boy to go back and right historical injustices. And I think that this is one of the really salient pieces of Electric Ladyland. Is that what you're doing? Renee was just talking a bit about that earlier. Do you want to expand on that, Renee?
Yes, so I was recently introduced to a concept called critical fabulation by Saidiya Hartman. So it applies to slavery mainly, but I think it also applies to general historical concepts. So just a little excerpt of what critical fabulation is. It's a style of creative semi-nonfiction that attempts to bring the suppressed voices of the past to the surface by means of hard research and scattered facts. So as like a tie-in with this, I'm a little bit obsessed with Bridgerton and like Outlander and like historical sort of fiction, sort of real stuff. And what I hate about those is that they take the best parts, make them nice and pretty, and then hide away the really ugly parts. When, like especially with Bridgerton, they're wealthy. You know what that wealth is built on. It's kind of hard to ignore that. So what I appreciate about critical fabulation is you get to do away with that and build new histories, essentially. So yeah, that's kind of what I want to do with Electric Ladyland, is not worry so much about the terrible parts of that era and just kind of build something that's better. Yeah.
And so what are the plans for the future of this? Because I know that there is a future for
Yeah.
Electric Ladyland.
There are so many offshoots of this that I have brewing in my mind.
It's like a mushroom.
It is. There's a whole
Wink.
mycelium network underneath all of this. So yeah, the main thing that I want to do next is start a band. So this is my painting final as well. Like I've just used all of my classes to build this project. So I've started playing bass. I'm trying to find other BIPOC queer women that play instruments and are interested in psychedelic rock, and we can all contribute and have a soundtrack for this space. That is the main thing, is to like get this into like an even larger area and make it fully immersive. A very like long distance goal for it is to have it be like a safe use space for psychedelics, so that people, especially BIPOC queer women, like it's difficult to have like a trip sitter or be in spaces that are welcoming, where you don't feel pressured or just out of place in like a psychedelic experience. So yeah, that's long term.
It's a beautiful vision. I love it. I'm so happy we're able to bring it here today. It's such a gift for us to see it. Thank you so much. Do you have anything else to say about it, Renee?
I was going to talk about the characters actually a little bit, because those were
Amazing.
I had 2 different characters for this one, because when I think about psychedelics, like I go 2 different ways. I go like kind of a little bit of a darker route and kind of more of like a fairy route. So Davy is the kind of like darker character that I have. She's the one that plays bass. She's the one that is super into every kind of drug imaginable and has done everything, has done everyone, and has lived to tell the tale and is not really afraid of anything, which is something that that is not true of me. So thinking about like Lenore's workshop, one thing that really stuck with me was giving permissions to these characters that you kind of withhold from yourself. So my characters have permissions to do anything. They don't have fear. They don't have restrictions on what they can say, on what they can be, especially Davy. And then Celeste is a bit more free, a bit more centered on love and kindness, and is open with her feelings, and is good at expressing herself, and is very at ease when that happens. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for elucidating on that. I really appreciate you bringing it. And thank you. If you can afford to buy one, please do. We have a 10-minute break. Okay, great. So we do have a 10-minute break now, but thank you. Thank you for sitting in Electric Ladyland, too.
Those chairs slapped. I don't know. even like did this, but that was the most comfortable thing I've ever sat in.
Right? Yeah.
And they're very cute.
Yeah, I realize I look super rude being on my phone, but I'm like, no, I'm just trying to e-transfer. No, you didn't. Okay, fantastic. This is so cool. Also, like, I don't know if you were watching the presentations, but I'm like, I feel like your character and Syringe might get along just because the idea of underground doctors doing illegal doctor shit. Because one of the things, though I didn't touch on it, is the idea of like artificial.
It's like a nice.
Yes, I'm a big proponent of sitting on the floor. Really? Yes, I love sitting on the floor. And I just do that.
No. What happened to Celine? Okay. I think we're going to start with, what we're going to do is we're going to start with Celine and your video. Did you want to come up here briefly to, if there's anything, let's give it a warm welcome to Celine. So if there's anything, was there anything you wanted to say about this video beforehand? Oh, it's actually, and it is a YouTube video. You've got it, amazing.
Oh, sorry, I should have sent the file.
No, that's okay. That's part of our tech universe today. Was there anything you wanted to introduce about this?
Not particularly. I guess it's kind of just a standalone piece, a standalone project. We had to do some kind of journaling responses as part of our class, and in mine, it ended up veering kind of poetic. So that's just what I ran with for my project. So yeah, it's just kind of a standalone poetic video piece. But if you want to know more about like some of the why and some of the inspiration behind it, I do have an artist statement on the website. But otherwise, yeah, it is what it is.
It is what it is. It is what it is. All right, well, let's watch it. All right.
Persona. Taking on a character. Becoming a personality. Switching perspectives. Acting. An alter ego is a relationship of comparison. Without comparison, an alter ego is simply an ego. If self-awareness is what splits me as a person from the trees and stones and water, if self-awareness makes me, the individual, lonely, can I flow back to connection through awareness too? Can alienation still infect my soul if I recognize that I am the same matter as all of existence? I choose to reframe my relationship to self from ego versus world to alter ego of world. I am one perspective of all that is, one face of the universe. Selfhood is an exercise in granularity. Existence is porous. It flows. Where are my edges? If I only extend to this body's skin, who are people meeting through the words I send hurtling across space? Is this voice you hear a person? When this body dies, does it cease being capital M, me? The final mask-off moment. A great reveal of the mundane. No more metaphysics to play inside. Dust becomes dust. Here I am. Nature and nurture and presence and being. Rings in a tree. Pull me up like a vine and see the roots cling through time and space. Melt me like ice and watch as I seep into life while I glitter. I am a full glass of water in the ocean universe. My selfhood is an artistic choice, an act of creation, an alter ego, a process, a becoming. I choose to be a private mystic. I choose to be a public clown.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so while Kai gets set up for the last and final performance, I'm going to keep you here just for a moment. So then,
Okay.
I want to ask you a couple questions. You want to? Yes, great. Okay, so
I'll take questions.
good. Okay, well, I'll start off by I wanted to ask you about the choice of the blood and the choice of the urine.
Yes.
What can you tell us about that?
Well, I guess I'll start with the blood. First off, hate to break the suspense, it's actually food coloring. I would have loved if it was blood. I was considering that, but then I chickened out. So it's it's blood for the purpose of the video, but that's it. I guess when I started going down this train of thought that led here, one of the things that really interested me was the skin as like the place that divides a person from their surroundings, and what happens when that barrier is like violated or is revealed to be more fragile than you thought it was. And that's what happens when you poke holes in skin, is blood comes out. So that was a really interesting, like, intriguing visual for me. The urine was a last-minute decision because I drank a really tall glass of water in this video. And then I was like, damn, I really need to go pee. And then I realized, wait, I should keep filming. Maybe I can use this. That was a questionable decision on my part, but I guess I stand by putting it in there. I do think it makes it a little bit more pretentious and a little more humorous at the same time, because it's kind of like, I'm just, this is stuff I'm just pissing out there. And it's all part of the process. So yeah, I think you could read a lot into it if you wanted. I probably could if you wanted me to, but mostly it was like, that's what happens when you drink a really tall glass of water.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. I actually found that very emotional, to be honest with you. So particularly, and of course, you know, the holes in our body, those are the places in the skin that we police the most, right? So when you show what comes out of a hole, it can be really intimate, but also it's a tradition in performance art to pee. It's like it's a classic gesture. But one of the things that made me feel very emotional, like I actually teared up, was this idea of being a private mystic and a public clown. Because that is something that I put on as well, and it just really struck me so hard when you said that. So do you want to speak a little bit about that as a tactic of being in the world?
Yeah, sure. Initially, when I wrote the piece, it was just a mystic and a clown, and then I was recording and I was like, wait, this is not really accurate. Who the fuck knows me and is like, yeah, they're a mystic? No, that's not really the energy I put out there. But I guess I do explore these thoughts and ideas, and this I'm really into this sense of oneness with the world, but you say that and it's like, oh, that's hippie. So mostly I feel like that affects how I behave in the world, but it mostly stays inside. So it was really hard to put this kind of piece out there where it's really personal and really diving into those ideas. Yeah, so I guess this was just a window into the private mystic. But the public clown thing, I mean, I don't know. I am standing in front of you all here with blue hair today. That's a really fun and colorful choice. Yeah, I guess I like it when things are fun. And I feel like the world needs more fun, so I like to bring a little bit in, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's that compulsion to make people feel good in a way, and to be fun.
But it makes me feel good when things are more fun.
I
It's
understand that.
Like the sense of
Yep.
wonder. I like that.
Thank you for answering that.
It also kind of strikes me as blurring the line, like you said, the bit with the peas, kind of more pretentious but also more humorous, you kind of, this whole thing blurs the line between what is funny and humorous and the clown and making people laugh, but what is the mystical, pretentious, whatever. And the idea is it doesn't have to be either or. Like, I feel like there's this compulsion to look at art and go, is this something taking itself seriously that we should take seriously, or is this something that's funny and it's meant to be entertaining and laughed at? And it's like, it can be both. It is both. And there's this tendency to take comedy as like just comedy and serious art as just serious. And I feel like one thing you do here, and from what I can see in your daily life and a lot of your performance, is blur that line and say fuck you to that line of it's got to be either serious or funny. Like, I realize that's not a question, but sorry.
But no, I think that's pretty accurate though. And that's something that I'm trying to embrace more, because it makes, like, art is a really vulnerable thing, right? So I find for myself, if I'm like, well, this just kind of is the thing, and if somebody thinks it's really dumb and pretentious, that's fine. It can be. But if someone else really likes it, that's cool too. And neither of those things is false, but neither of them has to really impact like my own self-image.
And definitely that follows a trans politic of crossing and going beyond not necessarily occupying one side or the other. There's also an aspect to that, which I think is really part of that combination of where do we sit here. And it's also, dare I say, because you bring it up, it's the poetic. And you employ a poetic approach. And therefore, we have to sit in between. You know, we're like, where's the on the nose statement? Where's the more poetic statement? And putting that together so that there's this combination where we're constantly going between these two states as we're watching what you're doing. If we're ready to go, we are ready to go. We're trying another Thank you very much, Celine. Let's give another round of applause for Celine.
Very happy to be the distraction tactic while tech setup happens.
Yes. So now we're going to try a little experiment here with a performance by Kai. And there's a combination of audio and stuff. So I should just stop talking and you should... Perfect. You're waiting for me to stop talking. Okay, good. I'm shutting it. Yes, yes. Alex, this is where you bring up the striptease. What's that? This is where you bring up the striptease.
That's right. Or I just think I saw either Super Sex or Led Zeppelin tattoo on your leg. Okay. Well, I need glasses. Both of them are very exciting to me, though. It's either like the Led Zeppelin Swan song or the Super Sex Flying Girl. So I clearly need glasses. Yeah. My little slam sort of. Okay. Okay, well, actually, the Swan song, the Led Zeppelin one is quite trans. There's a cool tattoo. Like I saw it in the stuff. And I don't know if it was for the thing or an actual tattoos you have. I think it is because they're there for the characters. They're really cool. Like you get.
I think the tattoos have a really big importance to my dad. I think a lot of the concepts that we became friends, like they're associated with culture and particular like belief, food, they date back pride. And I think that personally, tattoos are a way to claim agency over your body because it gives you a sense of like, oh, I can go here or I can go there, and it makes you look upon way out. So yeah, that's why I did them. That's why I have them. My mom didn't like it. Sorry,
Of
Mark.
course she didn't. On the microphobia, that's how I feel about surgery. I feel like surgery is one of the part of why I like snack time so much.
Going back to Kai. I think so. Dun 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 dun. Oh. All right.
Do you believe in fate? That someone, somewhere, is watching all of us? Do you believe in coincidence? The Lord works in mysterious ways, you know? Do you believe that some of us are closer to divine? Do you believe that someone is guiding you towards something? Do you even want to be guided? Do you believe in God? Or do you believe in man-written text?
The devil made me do it. Hell, why do you all say that? Every sinful thing blamed on the devil. Oh, the devil made me do this. Oh, the devil made me do that. Grow the fuck up. Can't you take responsibility for your actions just one goddamn time? When you do something good, you don't say the Lord made me do it. No, you have no problem taking credit for that. It's only the evil stuff. Yeah, that is always my fucking fault, isn't it? You act like I slithered in and held you at gunpoint to eat that apple. No, you wanted to eat that fucking apple, okay? I'm not evil. Not evil. At least no more than any of you. Do you want me to read your fortune? Past, present, future. Past. The Fool. Everything has a beginning. Everything that ever has been and ever will be will always start somehow. When was your beginning? I remember that for me there was a metaphorical rebirth and a slightly less metaphorical killing of an old self. You know, sometimes it is the end of something else that brings the new. Present. The Magician. Anything can come true if you manifest it hard enough. As above, so below. Get on your knees, beg, and pray. Hope someone, anyone, is listening. Future. The moon. Everything is illusion. It's all in your head. You know that, right? Truth is just a series of thought, and belief is simply static and pretty colors. But that is just what these cards say. They're just cards. Just like everything else, it's something to believe in. At least this is tangible. What do you believe in? God? People? Nature? Joy? Science? Nothing? You gave me something to believe in. Stay here with me. Hold me close. I never thought of myself as something holy or sacred before meeting you. I have always just found comfort in the devil, saying I'm not a good person, finding solace in the sinful and the selfish. My body was profane and impious, closer to demon than angel. Don't let go of me yet. Look into my eyes, never look away. Help me make this shitty apartment hallowed ground. Because you, beautiful, blessed you, made me believe in angels. And I never thought of myself as something holy or sacred before meeting you, but you looked in my eyes and saw the cosmos. And so you took my hand into yours and showed me that we can be angels. And so I built this body into a holy temple, adorned it with ink and gems and fabrics, full of self-love divine. Inside, a shrine to you with fresh-cut lilies. My once empty prayers are now made whole. I sing homilies on my own behalf. I am divine. Stay here with me now. Please, just 1 second longer. I can show you heaven. Just take my hand.
Wow, that worked. It looked fantastic. Alex, do you want to come up here and we'll just do a little wrap up, because that was the last presentation. That was a beautiful finale to have. The combination of the projected self, the projected ideas, it was just
What
perfect.
people project on us.
What people
Dun, dun,
project on us, what we
dun.
project on space.
Yeah. Yeah. It's beautiful.
So I guess we want to thank our wonderful Fourth Space people.
Yes. Doug,
for
Anna, Max, et al.
et al. Let's give them a round of applause
so
for this
much.
wonderful.
This space, I love this space. I love how you can activate all parts of it, and you guys all really occupied it beautifully.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you for your work. It was it's stunning work, and it's deeply moving to see student work that is so engaged, and so and thank you for your generosity with each other.
Yeah.
It's greatly it gives great hope.
Yeah, it's nice to be in space with everyone too, and make those connections. Stephen and I, when we talked about this quite a number of months ago, we just were really loving the idea of students being able to connect with each other again, because we both realized too that it's been 2 years and many students have actually not necessarily worked and collaborated with students across departments. Like some of you don't even know what it is to be in a class in a way, not necessarily in the theater department, but other students across departments have not had that experience. So it was very important.
Mhm.
And I'm really glad that everyone really rose to the challenge.
Yeah. Well, thank you. It's a beautiful day out there. I think we need to take advantage of it.
Yeah. Thank you.
So thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you.